Wait, what the fuck am I doing? What kind of bum-ass music I got going on here? What am I, some kind of fucking chump? Let's get the party started. Hello, Marco. I'm trying to get my tracking to work. Hold on. Jamming. I'm trying to jam more, but the tracking breaks whenever I go too hard. I need to get my hand tracking back so you guys can see me dance. I keep saying that. All I gotta do is set up Wordo. I'm doing the Tobey Maguire dance right now. It is hot as shit. I'm wearing sweatpants. Oh yeah, Ara's here too. She's gonna watch the videos with us. I've decided that she's just gonna be here whenever we watch something. I need to get these. I have like wool socks on, like super warm socks because it's freezing here. But every time I stream, my body gains like 20 degrees for some reason. Hey, shut up, Michael Gray. That's enough out of you. We'll go back to the Pokemon music. Hello, it's Friday! How are you guys? Are you having a wonderful Friday? Is it the best Friday ever? It'd be crazy if it was a random Friday in January. That'd be pretty good gnarly, but it'd be sick. Oh, ads. Ugh. It should have put the music back on. Oh, I gotta figure out how to put... I gotta figure out how to put YouTube chat on my screen, just in case people on YouTube's talk. Shut up, me. That should be a good setup. Break ends in 1 minute. Yay! You guys are back. You guys are back. Delicious. Yeah, I realized that I have no way of figuring out. I do have a way of figuring out, but what was I about to say? This is completely different train of thought. Do you guys know like the one more lane joke when it comes to like infrastructure and roads? Like the one more lane joke. It's like, just one more lane, bro. Just one more lane. It'll work. Just one more lane. One more lane. It'll fix the traffic. One more lane. You know, stuff like that. I have come to understand that that is not the case. Or, not that it's not the case, but I've understand it a lot more because I have gotten that way with monitors. So for most of my life, most of Meringue's life, I grew up a one monitor chump, right? I was a one monitor weenie, and that was just how I was. When I had a laptop, it was one screen, obviously. When I used my family PC, it was one screen. Gorgeous. Whatever. I made it work. I made it happen. And then when I got to college, we what's the word? We got like super wide screens, and we were using that. And I'm like, okay, this is pretty good. A lot more workspace. Pretty epic. Pretty epic. Then I bought my first PC, and it was a 2-screen PC, and suddenly the world was different, and I was riding on the two-screen train forever. I was 2 screens, and I was getting my work done. I could have my little 2D anime girls on one screen, and I could have whatever I'm working on the other. And I was a very happy wolf, lemon wolf, whatever. And when I got this new PC and it could handle multiple, like, more monitors, I finally upgraded to a 3rd screen. And I quickly discover how fast it is to run out of space when you get extra monitors. So I was thinking while I was at work today, I was like, man, it would be great if I could get a 4th screen that was exclusively reserved for, like, OBS. And I have a port for a 4th screen if I were to get my hands on one. So maybe like get what is that thing called? Like a Goodwill or something. I just need like a little 1080p, and I could just have that for OBS, stream elements. I wouldn't have to disrupt my Twitch or anything to click onto OBS, and I'll be fine. And then I quickly thought of the road problem. It's like, man, just one more screen. Just one more screen, and I will have enough space. Just one more screen, and I'll have enough space. Silly, silly me. Silly, silly me. But anyway. No, don't cast my thing. I have to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so I stopped getting text. Is there a Do Not Disturb? There is a Do Not Disturb on Android. Okay. Guys, can you believe it? Christmas, just a week away. Christmas, in 1 week. I am so excited about this information. Still a 1-screener wiener. Yeah, when my PC started dying, my old PC started dying, I had to be a 1-screener wiener. And that was like the sign of the end times. My second monitor started losing resolution. I could not go above like 600 by 600 resolution on my second screen, and it was god awful for setup. I couldn't run my 3D model anymore. I'm sure you guys saw that when I was a PNG for most of the time like before I had to go on a little hiatus to get a new computer. I say a hiatus, I was off for like a week. But, yeah, I mean, you know, we've been 3Ding for a while. When was the last time I used my PNG model? It's been a little bit. Honestly, I think I mostly use my PNG for, like, profile pictures now. And, like, collabs if I'm in someone else's stream. Crazy how I used to be 2D, and now I can do this. Or I can do this. Couldn't do this before. I couldn't glitch out before either. I wanna figure out probably when you have the other piece. Yeah. Was it? Yeah, probably. I think I've been running exclusively my 3D model. Texan is here. Hello, Texan. Happy Friday. Sorry, you missed the I can't wait for the weekend to begin intro. I apologize. But I have 2 drinks. Wifey. I said my wifey. My Wi-Fi is being fucky. So that's okay. We're still just chatting around. I have the playlist set aside. I have not picked which video I want to start with, though. I have a few in there that I wanted to watch. Like, that I saw recommended to me. And I was like, oh, I am going to save this for stream. I think this is going to be cool to watch on. Some is short. There's one really long one in there. And by really long, I think it's like 56 minutes or something. We'll see if I want to do that today or if I want to do like a longer stream some other day. But I have all the ones that were in the thread in there, I believe. I think we have like 10 videos, maybe? Maybe? Question mark? Maybe? Let me check the playlist, actually. Playlists. I have to look over my microphone arm. That's not right. Why are there only 3 in here? Is he stupid? Is he stupid? Oh my god, he might be stupid. I don't think I put them in the playlist. Oops. Whoops. The song always reminds me of 21 Guns. Okay, just ignore any sounds you hear. Oh, they're all muted. Beautiful. Save video essay. Close. Save video essay. Wait, let's see if these actually are saving to the video essays. They are. Okay, we're golden. We're golden. We're gonna have... I should have a Star Wars stream. That'd be fun. I don't even know what I'd do, because we're gonna watch a bunch of Star Wars video essays, but I just kind of want to do Star Wars stuff. I like Star Wars. I never got involved in, like, the deep lore, though. Like, the extended universe of Star Wars. So I wouldn't even know where to start. Oh, you guys sent me some pretty decently timed ones. I set aside a lot of time thinking we were gonna have like a few like 50-minute videos in here. These are pretty good. Not that I'm complaining. I'm not complaining. Don't you worry about that. Because like I said, I have a few videos that I also wanted to watch. Hint, hint, spoiler, spoiler. A lot of it's Wendigoon. Just Wendigoon videos I haven't seen yet. Literally DM'd me. Literally DM me, I'll tell you how to get into the extended universe. You're gonna put me, Len Meringue is gonna be in the deep lore. Unrelated, but I caught last stream for a YouTube video and y'all talk about songs related to days of the week. Yes. Yes. I was actually thinking of making one of our streams upcoming where we just try and use like Sino. Is that the AI thing? It's like makes catchy songs. And we just, like me and chat, me and you guys, we write a song for Thursday. Didn't have one for Thursday. Friday I'm in love is Herb Dutchevin. Why did you get accents on the edge of those A's? Judging. I didn't have, yeah, there was none for Thursday. There are a few songs that have Thursday in it, but I just didn't know them. I didn't, like Mitski has a Thursday song, The Weeknd has a Thursday song, but I just never heard them. Then again, I don't frequently listen to Mitski. I shouldn't say frequently, I just haven't listened to a lot of Mitski. I have like 3-4 songs from her that I really like, but I haven't taken the time to explore her albums. Would I read books? I told you last stream I read books. I just read them slowly. Yes, I'll read book. I'm literally reading the TikTok porn addiction book that all the book talk girlies are reading. The Fourth Wing, because I wanted to see what the hype was about. Have I heard of AJR? Sounds familiar. What is infamous Thursday one that exists? Have I heard of AJR? there an AJR song that's talked about this? What is AJR? Give you option how to get into Star Wars books. Give me ones with pictures. I'm kidding. You don't have to do that. I don't really read comic books or manga, so got him. If the Twitter Clippers got a hold of me and they found out I was a VTuber that didn't often read manga, I'd get called a tourist so quickly. I just novels mostly. See, I wouldn't mind it. Play the song Thirsty Thursday by AJR. I will add that to a list. I gave you a list. So this is one I really want to watch today. Do you guys get into Defunct Land at all? Do you know Defunct Land, perchance? I say perchance like he's some underground YouTuber. He's very good. I believe he got, he has a lot more popularity. I believe he has like way over 1 million followers now, maybe 2 million. I'll look this up. Defunct Land. Oh yeah, it's 2 million. Oh wait, did my tracking die? Oh, nope, tracking's back. Let me move my camera over a little. Let's see if that helps anything. Recall the name. Yeah, so, hold on. I need to reset my tracking. Hold on, I'm gonna snap my head back in a second. Alright, hold on. Yeah, Defunct Land, I really got into, like, stuff like that because I found, well, I didn't find it, but, you know, I stumbled across Defunct Land a while ago. I think it was... Oh, I'm not even subscribed to him. God, I'm such a chump. Was it the Action Park video? How long ago was that? How long ago was his Action Park video? There are a lot of Defunct Lands that I have not watched in a while. Oh my god, the Disney Channel? The Disney Channel theme one was like watching an actual, like a Scorsese film. It was actual cinema. How long ago was the Action Park video? Because that was the first one I saw of him, and I have been in love with it. The one you're most familiar with? I think I've watched that one the most. Very creep, also react. Oh yeah. Anyone who watches Defunct Land, that's a real green flag. You ever see the... I don't know if you guys have seen it. I think it was a trend on TikTok or Twitter or something. But it was like, ladies, have your boyfriend or husband show you their YouTube homepage and it'll tell you everything you need to know about them. And then one of the YouTubers I watch, his video is at the top when I tried it on myself. And it was the Alt History Hub, where it's the what if Big Bird died in the Challenger disaster? And then someone else posted that one on Twitter, and then fucking Alt History Hub responded. He goes, if your girl has a problem with this, she's got bad taste. She's the red flag. Alt History Hub has great videos, but I like Alt History Hub. His main channel stuff is really good, but his Pointless Hub, where he talks about like his favorite bad movies and stuff, it's actual peak. I think I haven't seen some of them. I might show one today. His videos are so fucking good. I highly recommend watching all of Pointless Hub's video. Right, where the fuck is the Action Park? Oh, here it is. Yeah, 8 years ago. So this was 2017. Holy shit, wow. Almost fucking 10 years ago. Yeah, this is the one that I was most familiar with. Let me add one of... Let's do a Defunct Land video, and then I'll add a Pointless Hub video. And then we'll probably get started here in a second. What is one I have not seen? let's see, I've seen the Cloverfield one like a million times. Transformers, all of the Transformers ones, Clash of the Titans. I don't think I've seen the Fantastic Four one, but that's like 40 minutes. I don't want to put on that long of a video for like a meme. Oh, he put out a Dragon Ball Evolution one. Oh, I haven't seen this and it's only like 20 minutes. That one's going on there. Holy shit. He put out a Dragon Ball Evolution video and I haven't watched it yet. Oh, I'm so fucking excited. And we'll put on the Defunct Land one. Let's see what's a good like medium length one. At a medium pace. What is one that calls to me? Dragon Ball Evolution, the movie. Yeah. He talks about like either bad movies he likes or bad movies that he just rips into. Like he talks about 1998 Godzilla, and for those of you who don't know Godzilla that well, or like you're not super into it, 1998 Godzilla is like really hated by a lot of the Godzilla community. And he did a video on that, and that one's a good one if you want to watch it. I wish I could make videos like him. I have watched his videos so many times over to try and figure out how he like does the script just to like get inspiration on writing stuff, because I would love to do videos just like talking about the Monsterverse particularly, and just like I would do a video essay on why I think King of Monsters is like one of the best monster movies or best kaiju movies ever. But I would need to like lock in on that. It would be fully inspired by Pointless Hub. He's so good at his humor is like his humor perfectly matches his voice. I can't even describe it, but you guys will see when I put the video on. It's a good a fair that changed America, maybe? That one's only 23. First of month. I want like not a disaster, but I want like a really bad park. Oh, Barco. There is a Defunct Land, the Bizarre Garfield Dark Ride. I think we gotta watch that. I'm putting that on the list. I had no idea that existed. We're going in, guns a-blazing. That'll be on the list. All right, everybody, get your snacks ready. Get your tukuses warm. The Garf, yes, a Garfield amusement park ride, apparently. Which one do I want to start with? Do I want to start with a fucking 54-minute video? Maybe not. Well, maybe we'll save that for like a longer one. I'll move that to a different playlist. We'll save that for like the long boy. Long video essays. We'll get you here. We will. What do I want to start with? Why is like that fully viewed? I don't remember watching. Did we watch the Galaxy one too big for one government to rule? I don't remember. I don't think. Oh, I think it's just like it's registering as history, like in like me having it in my history. I have not watched any of these videos in the channel. What do I want to watch first? Did I watch? I think I'm gonna watch the JFK one. The Wendigoon JFK video. I have not seen it yet. that one's only 20 minutes. That's a good one. Let's do that. We're starting strong. We're starting with JFK. Let's get over here. Everybody get your snacks ready. Get your favorite blankets. Get your favorite Monday hating orange cat. And we're about to become true gooners. Bada bing, bada boom. Put me in the room. Dale. Bing. Everyone say hi, Wendigoon. Hi, Isaiah. His name's Isaiah, right? I hope I didn't just call him a random fucking name. Hold on. It is, okay. It is, it is Isaiah. Hello, Mr. Goon. Hello, Mr. Goon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, fuck. The Goon Master. Isn't he lovely? In his government fed outfit, 1960s fed outfit. Like, he's just like the guys in Call of Duty Black Ops. All right. Greetings, Sir Goon. Hello, Cookie. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday. Make sure to grab a snack. We're going to be here for a little bit. Wow, it took 30 minutes for me to click on the first video. Professional yapper. All right, this is the Wendigoon video. I proved the JFK conspiracy with a whiteboard. You guys are going to learn a lot about me in this stream, I feel. Let me raise the volume a little bit so you guys can hear. Greetings, Sir Goon. All right, let me know how the volume is if you guys can hear it well.
So I was doing research for the iceberg and kept coming across like weird, shady government stuff. And a lot of it made me think about JFK. And then I was like, I haven't given my crazy conspiracy rant on him yet. So this is that. I say that mostly as a joke. To me, JFK is one of the most obvious cover-ups that have ever happened in history ever.
Interesting.
To the point that there is government records and committees made who say, without a shadow of a doubt, that it was a conspiracy. So I thought, what better way to illustrate that than with a whiteboard? So bear with me, and I am going to show you exactly how JFK was killed and who killed him. What I'm going to do is start with the official telling of events.
I like I like the air quotes.
The official report of everything that happened went, and then from there I can pick it apart and we can see what more than likely happened, or at least what probably happened that certain government groups don't want us to know about. I'm trying to get past the minute monetization time before I say the specific word, but yeah, we'll get there. I hope that you all can appreciate the official retelling of
The fucking he just put him on a little fucking ledge. It's like a little Lego brick up there.
events. On November 22nd, 1963, John F. Kennedy. Has it been past a minute? It's probably been past a minute. The CIA killed John F. Kennedy. Like,
I haven't seen this one yet. I fucking love Wendigoon. He's so fucking good.
1963, November 22nd, John F. Kennedy and his wife Jackie are going through Dallas on a motorcade in the middle of a big Dallas parade.
Big if true.
Part of his whole re-election campaign. Right in front of them was the governor of Texas and his wife, basically Mr. and Mrs. Connolly. In the front row was CIA agents O'Connolly and Greer. Greer was driving. The official telling of events goes something like this. Lee Harvey Oswald fired 3 shots. The first one was
Unbelievable, Wendigoon. Unprofessional.
Patreon money to get better markers. The first shot was a miss.
Wow.
Supposedly bouncing off the pavement and hitting a bystander who we'll talk about in a minute. The
Absolute
second
chump.
shot supposedly hit John F. Kennedy in the back of the neck.
That is
Bullet
quite
then
the
went
trajectory.
through his neck, hit John Connolly, the governor, who was sitting in front of him, in the back, right below the scapula. It then shot through, so let me draw this out, bounced through him into his chest, shot out the front of his chest.
That's quite some bullet drop for a sniper. It's literally like little limp weenie, just pew.
And then shot down into his knee and came out as a perfectly intact bullet. This is so absurd that
What? Is that true? Chat, is this real? Is that really what the fucking is that what the commission said? Distance not proportional. No, it happened exactly like this. No one looked up. He said that the bullet went through JFK, ricocheted, and it hit, I think he said, the governor in the knee and came out perfectly intact. There's no fucking way that's real. Please tell me that's not real. Tell me that's not what they said. That's what they said! What the fuck? Oh. What? Okay, so we're not just, were we just this trusting in the 60s, or was everyone immediately suspicious? I can't even, I need to find somebody who was like 20 in the 60s so that I can talk to them and be like, did everyone just believe the JFK thing when it happened? Because that's ridiculous.
The official name given to it during the court trials that would follow is the magic bullet theory. This is why in the famous Zapruder film, in which you can see the assassination of John F. Kennedy, he's leaned over like this, holding his
Especially
neck
after
because he
Vietnam.
had
Well,
just
this is
been
before
shot in the
Vietnam,
neck.
though.
Finally, the third shot came, hitting JFK in the back of the head and killing him. While making his escape out of the bookstore, John F. Kennedy ran into a police officer.
John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy got shot twice, one in the head, and then got back up there, and then whoop. Yeah, more with the 70s and 80s. Texan, make a video essay channel talking about all the crazy conspiracies of the 70s through the 90s, and then we'll watch them on stream, okay? Okay. And make sure you get, like, millions of followers. I gotta write off your clout somehow.
He then pulled a revolver and shot the police officer twice, killing him. Which, I mean, after you shot the president, you might as well add the cherry to it, I guess. It was later found out that Lee Harvey Oswald had communist sympathy ties. As a matter of fact, he tried to renounce his U.S. citizenship some years back.
Cringe.
And everyone was happy initially, like, yep, that's the guy that did it. Don't have to worry about anything else. The Warren Commission, which was the board that was put together.
Was the guy who
to
killed
make sure
Lee Harvey?
everything
Was
that
it
I just
Jack
described
Ruby or something?
actually happened, came back after short deliberation and said, yep, Lee Harvey Oswald was the only shooter, and it was not some grander conspiracy, and we can all close the books on this one.
Yep, sounds
So
good
let
to
me
me.
tell you why that's wrong. I'll go ahead and say this to be generous. I do believe Lee Harvey Oswald was one of the shooters. However, there is not a doubt in my mind that he was not the only shooter. So let me explain. Remember that first shot that I mentioned that was supposedly a miss? Well, what happened is that bullet skipped off the ground, shot to the other side of the street, and hit a man who was standing about 100 yards out, whose name was James
I've
T.
never
I'm
seen.
gonna be drawing more.
I have never seen. I have never in my life seen someone draw a stick man from the legs up. Oh my, hold on. Goon, go back to this for a second. Hold on. Enhance.
The ground, shot to the other side of the street, and hit a man who was standing about
What the fuck?
100 yards out, whose name was James Teague. I'm going to be drawing more people so we can keep track. It's our man JT. James
Justin
Teague
Timberlake?
stopped, was watching the motorcade go by, which then a bullet skipped off the concrete and hit him in the cheek. You can even see pictures of that skid mark on the ground from the bullet that came up and hit him, the supposed first shot. However, the big problem to this
did he die?
is James Teague's personal testimony.
Oh, I guess not.
See, he was walking by the street as the parade was going by and he didn't take much care for it. The reason he stopped and turned to face the motorcade was because he heard a gunshot. Now, if he heard a gunshot, took time to stop and turn, there is no way the first shot was the same one that hit him. But it would make sense if it was the second or the third or more after that. The reason everyone and the official report sticks with 3 shots is because there were 3 shell casings from Lee Harvey Oswald's window, as well as 3 at least confirmed bullets on the ground. However, JT's testimony here messes all that up, and his isn't the only one. The governor who got shot along with Kennedy, John Connolly, says the exact same thing.
Were there
He
multiple?
says that there's not a doubt in his mind, nor his wife's, that the bullet that hit Kennedy and him was 2 separate shots. Keep in mind, it's called the magic bullet theory for a reason. There's no way the bullet followed that whole trajectory and just stayed together perfectly fine. What makes more sense is that it was 2 separate shots. However, Lee Harvey Oswald was using a 6.5mm bolt-action Carcano rifle. Not to get into all the details of it, but it is literally impossible to fire a bolt-action rifle in the amount of time.
Wait. Fuck, this was done with a bolt-action rifle? This is kind of I've seen the fucking, what is that? The Zapruder film? Is that what it's called? Is that the Zapruder film, or is that the Bigfoot one? The Bigfoot one's like the William Gimlin or something like that, right? I'm pretty sure it's the Zapruder. That's way too fucking quick for a bolt action, right? What? They said it was a fucking bolt. It's a. Listen, I've shot guns a few times in my life. Granted, I don't know what Lee Harvey Oswald's training was. I'm sure he knew how to handle a gun way better than I could. But there's no way you are fucking quick scoping the president like that. What? That fucking quickly? What?
Getting hit and the governor getting hit. The space between the two shots was long enough that they could tell a difference in when each of them was hit, but not fast enough for someone to rechamber around and get a second shot off.
Yeah.
Unless
when a shootout against
there was a second shooter somewhere off to the other side. And stick with me here for a second.
Stick with me.
I was trying to draw him on a hill, but it looks like he's got really big legs. Anyway,
Town ain't big enough for the two of us.
On the other side of the road, firing shots toward the motorcade 2. Then one of his shots could have crossed through, striking the president in the neck and continuing, which would make more sense why Kennedy was hit in the neck, bent forward, and then one of Lee Harvey Oswald's shots hit the governor in the back. This is a direct quote from former Governor John Connally. There is my absolute knowledge, and Nellie's too, that one bullet caused the president's first wound, and that an entirely separate shot struck me. So where would our man Texas Red be standing? Most of you are probably familiar with the famous Zapruder film, which is the film that is famous for being the one in which JFK gets killed. However, there was another view. There was another camera on the other side of the street that was recording that day that was filming the motorcade from the other direction. In it, everyone who has watched that film has said they can see with absolute certainty puff of gun smokes appearing from the opposite side of the street.
Can I see this film?
What appears to be a grassy knoll. Not only that,
pass it to me, goon. I need to see this second view. I'm not going to show it on fucking stream.
These puffs of smoke are in time with the times that bullet struck the motorcade. So now you may be asking yourself, what do you mean, people who have seen this other film? And that's the fun part. In 1976, a group was formed called the House Select Committee on Assassinations. Now you may be asking, why in 1976, 13 years after the president's death, did they form a committee just to talk about this event? And it's because it came out that the CIA was purposefully hiding information regarding the assassination.
What the fuck do you mean? The fuck do you mean? I knew about the conspiracy, but like, this is like comical that this much information is available. The only thing of substance you can see it in Kenny's voice will get blown. Oh dear. Quite unfortunate. Oh fuck, man. This is like Looney Tunes. What the fuck do you mean it only took 13 years for someone to figure out that CIA was covering it up?
Not only that, but they planned after this trial was over to have a trial for the CIA directors that allowed the information to go missing. The original reason.
Wait. What did he just say?
Directors that allowed the information to go missing. The original reason that this House Select Committee came together is because new technology was found in '76 that analyzed this data more closely. Using audiograph equipment, and this is my interpretation of that, they managed to pull the audio from the original Zapruder film and picked out that there were 6 shots fired in this amount of time of the film, not the original thought out 3. They were so reliant on this that, as I mentioned before, they made a whole committee just to relook at all this information. You may be asking yourself,
have I seen Goon's video on the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand? No, I did not see that one. Huh. I gotta. This is just gonna be a Wendigoon stream, actually.
what happened to the other film and all the information. And that's the best part.
Watch it after
the
this. I
day
will.
after they used that other film footage to determine that there was a second shooter, it all disappeared over.
Why is this comical? This is like a Saturday morning cartoon plot. What the fuck?
Overnight from a CIA lockup, to which they said that someone probably stole it, along with all the other evidence that proved that something was wrong with this picture. Despite that, once the committee had finished their whole proceedings, this is the official statement they gave in the end. The committee believes, on the basis of the evidence available to it, that President John F. Kennedy was probably assassinated as the result of a conspiracy. The committee is unable to identify the other gunmen or the extent of the conspiracy. That is a government organization coming together and saying, yeah, something definitely weird happened. So we know that something happened, but what makes me think it's a CIA? Well,
this is so fucking goofy. What do you mean, man? What do you mean? I didn't know it went this deep. And it's not even deep. It's so fucking shallow how stupid and idiotic they've been about it. Oh my god.
This is a whole other rabbit hole to go down, but John F. Kennedy was in big support of the CIA until a little thing called the Bay of Pigs happened. He was very upset with them after the fact.
This I know about.
Supposedly said to the White House Staff Committee, if it was up to me, I would take the CIA, break them into 1,000 pieces, and throw them into the wind. The CIA...
You know something is wrong when the government looks at itself and it says, wait a minute. Yeah, it's like the saying where, like, the FBI meme. It's like the FBI has investigated itself and determined itself to be innocent. That's like the exact opposite of what just happened. They investigated themselves like, oh shit, we're guilty as fuck, bro.
Obviously didn't like that. And for those who know anything about them, they have a tendency to start to follow their own directive when president or states heads don't agree with it. I mean, for evidence, just look at like the 60s drug crisis or sending guns to South America, but we won't talk about
Contras.
That. Anyway, so going with this idea that John F. Kennedy
were the Contras in South Africa, or were in Africa or South America? I can't remember that one. For the record, say you're in good mental health. I know how to swim. I am in good mental health. I know how to swim. This is all a joke. This is an inside meme in our Minecraft server. I am not flexible enough to shoot myself in the back of the head 3 times. Shit, did I cover all my ground? Actually, I even have trophies when I did swim to show, like, I won awards for swimming when I was younger to prove that I'm a good swimmer. So I did not drown. I can't shoot myself in the back several times, nor stab myself in the back several times. And I'm in good mental health standing.
Something about the CIA, if not expose them for what they have already done, it stands to reason they want to do something about it. Also, keep in mind an interview that JFK did a couple months before the shooting. He said that there were scary things happening in US politics and that there were secret societies planning to take over.
What? Hold up, finish your sentence.
Democracy and government systems, and yeah. So
what? What the fuck do you mean? JFK said there's secret societies. What the fuck do you mean? Are you joking me? This whole thing is like a fucking 80s action movie. Like, are you, what the fuck?
We have the motive, but what about the evidence? As I've already mentioned, the CIA lost all the data the day after it was used in court to prove that this guy was actually there. Aside from that, at the least, their handling of John F. Kennedy's motorcade was hilariously bad. For example, they plotted out the map that John F. Kennedy would follow, and they determined that there were 20,000 open windows that the car drove by, and that there were so many windows that they just shouldn't cover any of them, which has got to be.
I wonder if he's gonna mention a certain somebody who may or may not. I'm not gonna say. I'll just let him talk.
The worst compromise I've ever heard. It's like, man, there's a lot of windows. We're gonna have to do a lot of work, or we could not. Also, keep in mind what I mentioned earlier. Greer and O'Connery, the two CIA agents who were in the front of the car. As soon as the first shot rang out, Greer did not try to run away or drive away or anything else that's standard of CIA training. He brought the car down to a 7-mile-an-hour speed.
Oh my God.
And him and O'Connery hunched forward and put their shoulders up. It's so weird that Jackie Kennedy even came out afterwards and said he was behaving extremely oddly during the whole thing. To adequately explain the rest of this, I need to bring in a...
I wanted to say that, like, I mean, yeah, you're getting shot at. Like, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, yeah, you're getting shot at. I understand acting out of the ordinary. But also, these are CIA agents. Also, I'm not giving anyone the benefit of the doubt in this situation.
Another character, the Umbrella Man. The Umbrella Man has become a famous figure in all the theories surrounding JFK, and there's good reason for it. In the middle of a sunny day in Dallas,
it sounds like an SCP.
Right,
what the fuck do you mean, Umbrella Man?
A man in the Zapruder film who is holding up an umbrella in front of the motorcade. Not only that,
not even
standing directly in front of the position Lee Harvey Oswald was in front of, and as he's standing there, JFK passes by, to which he lifts his umbrella, and immediately the first shots ring out.
What?
A man on the ground either signaling that it's the motorcade or giving the all clear to fire. I don't know what is. To top it off, immediately after JFK died, there are pictures of this guy simply shutting his umbrella and setting down at the curb. Keep in mind, everyone else is freaking out, running around, screaming.
Okay, I mean, I get the guy was probably aura farming, but why the fuck would you not just disappear into the chaos, man? There's gunshot. Why are you sticking around? What do you mean? Fucking sat there. Why? What? What the fuck? I don't understand any of this. This is so fucking comedic. Why is the government so fucking stupid? Why are they so dumb? Why did he just fucking... Why did they make it so fucking obvious?
And this guy just was like, well, yep. During the House Select Committee on Assassinations, they were trying to figure out about this guy because obviously that's very weird and someone should probably figure out what happened here. To which the CIA brought in a man wearing a suit, holding an umbrella. The man walks into the court and goes, I am the Umbrella Man, and this is that umbrella. And the judge went, seems all right to me. There was...
This is fucking ridiculous. This is so fucking goofy. I can't, I'm not... Why are we like this? Why? I wish... Could you imagine if Twitter existed in that time? Everyone would have been having a fucking field day. It would have been one of the greatest experiences known to man if we had Twitter during that time and all this shit was coming out. It was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? They just brought in a random dude with an umbrella and he's like, I'm Umbrella Man. And the judge is like, yeah, that's the Umbrella Man.
No double check. There was no follow-up. They're like, that man has an umbrella. He's got my vote. There's also rumors and speculation
no
that
one has an umbrella
was
these
a former CIA agent. However, I couldn't find anything concrete on that, so I'm going to let that part slide, but it's weird either way. Also, in 1966, they tried to reevaluate JFK's autopsy, and his brain was missing. Like, after the initial autopsy, they took the brain out and preserved it, and no one's been able to find it since. So...
they have it frozen like in Futurama.
Make it that what you will. I have no idea why they would do that. Also, the initial Warren Commission, which was the first one that happened immediately after this, that determined that Lee Harvey Oswald was the only shooter and he acted alone, was made almost entirely up of CIA members who,
fucking Lord,
as it was proved later, suppressed information. There's a few things I want to disprove really quick to kind of emphasize.
They turned Kennedy into the deep state with his brain. No,
is prevailing through all this.
He was brainwashed. Literally.
I'm sure the mob hated JFK. I don't see why a mob murder would be covered up to the degree that this was obviously
this would be an
and
easy
proven
fall
to be
guy for
covered
them
up by the CIA. Like, if the mob killed JFK, and assuming the CIA wants him dead, that's the perfect write-off. They could just say, yep, mob did it. That's cool, rather than having to do all the shady tactics around it. A lot of people also point to Jack Ruby, the man who ran up and shot Lee Harvey Oswald, as being for the mob because his family debts were paid off. But you know who else would probably pay off family debts? I'll give you a hint, it starts with CIA. The other possibility is that the KGB did it. Obviously, that is the initial idea because, again, Lee Harvey Oswald was proven to have Russian ties. But one, if Russia did do it, they wouldn't get someone who had ties to Russia to do it.
He may have had Russian ties, but did he have Russian suits?
Duh. And two, the CIA wouldn't cover it up if Russia did it. I also want to say the whole theory about the babushka lady, which was a lady who was wearing a babushka.
I remember the babushka lady.
Kind of similar to the Umbrella Man, just walked around and didn't really do anything after JFK was murdered. I don't really see how that could be related to anything. She was
just kind of there.
I think she was just an old woman who was there and saw all of this play out. I
Yeah.
also want to go another level deeper with this. There was a guy working at the CIA whose name rhymes with Gorge, double ooh mush.
Yeah,
Gorge
that's what
Mush.
I was waiting
what
for him
we'll
to
call
mention.
Gorge Mush was one of the people put over this whole motorcade route and one of the people elected to keep the president safe. So much so that he was in Dallas on the day that this all happened. So keep in mind, he failed his job harder than anyone can possibly fail. His job was to make sure nothing happens to this guy, and he got shot at least twice. Not long after this happened, that man was promoted to director of the CIA. And then another position. Not only that, but when George Bush was asked years later about where he was on the day of Kennedy's death, he said, I don't remember. You were in Dallas. All of it from head to toe. There is absolutely no way that you could convince me or anyone else who thinks about it sensibly that Lee Harvey Oswald was just a crazy dude who acted alone. It is in my firm and honest opinion, as the opinion of many others, that the agencies and powers that be wanted this man dead. And while I do believe they used Lee Harvey Oswald as part of it, he in no way acted alone and he in no way acted on his own agency. But we'll never know, because the only guy publicly who would know, this one, got shot by a random man whose family debts were paid off before he died 4 months later. So we have the motive. We have the method,
died? What?
and
I know.
we have
I
the
imagine
evidence.
he died, but
in
like,
my opinion,
what?
they're absolutely guilty, and even not of this, some other stuff. Also, just as a side note, a bunch of people are worked up over Texas Red's identity, who that could be. There's a lot of theories about it. Obviously, we'll probably never know for sure.
It was Wendigoon himself.
But from everything that I've read, there was several CIA works with Cuban guerrilla fighters who were being trained by the CIA for whatever after the Bay of Pigs. And most of the evidence points to a certain Cuban marksman in Dallas that day. So probably either way, it doesn't matter, because just like Lee Harvey Oswald, they were a gun one way about it. If Lee Harvey Oswald got caught, which he did, oh look, Russia did it. And if a Cuban guerrilla fighter got caught, oh look, Cuba did it. Either way, the people who really did it wash their hands of the situation and get a walk away. I should also mention, before anyone decides that I am a threat for this, this is a joke. It's all a joke. This is post-irony humor. This is entirely educational. I believe none of it, and you should believe none of it, and everything is a joke. So
very funny, Wendigoon. Yes, good joke, Wendigoon. Very good post-irony.
Thank you all for watching. This is something, again, that I just decided to do spur of the moment.
Fighters,
so I hope you enjoy.
Fist fighting gorillas.
If you want me to do more like this, I certainly can make more funny jokes. Either way, if this demonetizes me, I am absolutely thankful for all of my patrons, and a very special thanks to my top tier patrons. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Pef. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Publius. Thank you, Saucy. And thank you to the newest member of the Patreon family.
Newest member.
Thank you all for being a part of that.
That is really crazy to think that 5 years ago he had, what, 3, 6, 7, 8 members on his Patreon, and now he has almost 3 million followers. I mean, 3 million subscribers. Hell yeah, Wendigoon. You the goat. You a fucking goat and a half. What was the one you said? Franz Ferdinand? Wendigoon. Nope, not Wendigang. Goon. Oh, Franz Ferdinand.
Hey everyone, today we are talking about the funniest thing
Hi,
in the
Wendigo.
world, people dying. More specifically,
What a fucking way to start this video.
we're talking about the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. A lot of you are probably
mustache.
vaguely familiar with the events that went on that day, as it was the event that was responsible for World War I. But what
And
history
World War
books
II.
rarely talk about, and the most important part to me, is the absolute hilarity of everything that led up to him dying. To give you an idea, there were 7 people trying to kill him, and all of them failed.
Like
and
a
then
lot of
he
things,
seemingly
mustaches were
died
better
by
back then. They
total
were.
luck.
We gotta bring
We're
them
gonna
back.
Go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. But first, a word from our sponsor. What could Archduke Ferdinand have been doing that would have saved him from dying and therefore prevented World War I and II?
Literally anything else?
The thing you knew was coming whenever I started doing ads is here
Oh,
now
God.
to save
Oh,
the
God.
day.
Oh, Lord.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah!
Raid Shadow Legends is
Raid
the
Shadow
only game
Legends,
to offer a
baby!
console experience on mobile platform. Everything from bosses, dungeons, a single-player story campaign, as well as a player versus
Twist
player
his dick.
team experience. And with over 500 playable characters, it's all the fun of World War I without the dying part. Use the link in the description to download
What a
Raid
fucking
Shadow
line.
Legends today and get access to literally hundreds of playable characters, such as my favorite Harvest Jack, because look at him, and Skull Crown, because look at her. Each character, as well as all
Damn,
the
she
others,
got the
have their very own
jacks out
selected
honking.
moveset and gear list to tailor to exactly how you
Imagine
want to play.
getting
Using
instilled
these
with
customized
true
teams
fear.
in a very RPG fashion, you can counter
Spiderling
dungeons,
Horde.
bosses, and other teams
I think I've been
in
slain
order
before.
to rank up in loot and experience. Not only that, but you can tackle an extensive fantasy single-player campaign story. Raid Shadow Legends just hit its 2-year anniversary, which means there are now new updates.
How long ago
with
was
new
it? Is Raid Shadow
content
Legends
and
still
limited
going?
timed offers. Among these are the
Is
brand
this
new
still a
clan
thing? I
versus
haven't
clan
seen
tournaments,
YouTubers take
the
a
new
Rad
Shadow
Rad
King faction, and
Rad
a new
Shadow
Doom Tower
Legends
rotation
sponsor.
with 2 new bosses.
Oh.
But the
Aru's
news
head
the
is
game's
blocking his
getting
QR
bigger, it's
code. Oh
getting
no.
better, so now's as great of a time to hop on as any. So on top of all of that,
It's alright,
if
Aru.
you go
You
to the
can
link in
stay
the
right
description
there.
right now,
He has
you
the
will
link
be
in the
able to
description, it's
unlock
alright.
Jotun as a legendary
Whoa!
character.
That guy's
100,000
beefy as
silver,
fuck.
50 gems, and 3 shouts to unlock new playable characters. But you have to hurry because this is a first-time bonus only available for the next 30 days. You can
Oh,
access all these rewards as soon as you log in by going
I
to
think
the
he
inbox
may
in the
be
top
a
right
bit
of
late
the
on
home
this.
hub. My account name in the game is Wendigoon because of course it is. So if you see me, feel free to join my clan. Raid Shadow Legends offers
Join his
a
clan
unique
if you play
experience that you won't
Raid
find
Shadow.
anywhere else.
I've never
So
met
once
someone who
again,
actually
go to
plays
that
Raid
link in the
Shadow Legends
description
other than
to
like a
be able to get
YouTuber
all of your
sponsored by them.
first-time unlocks and begin playing today. Thank you so much to everyone for watching.
It'd be really
this.
funny
Thank you
to
so
see
much to
like
Raid
a
for
YouTuber
sponsoring
who
the
got
channel.
sponsored
It
by
really
Raid
does mean a
Shadow
lot.
Legends,
You all are the best.
and
You
like
continue
you
to
log
support.
in and you see
Thanks
that they're
once
like
again to everyone who's
they're
watching, thank you
furiously
for
addicted to the
sponsoring,
game.
And we are back to the video. So most people just know the broad strokes, the idea that Gavrilo Princip shot Archduke Franz Ferdinand and started
Princip.
World War I. But there's a lot more to it than that. See, Franz Ferdinand
Need to
was
change the
set to
world
take
once.
the throne of the
Hey, Belkis.
Austria-Hungarian
Hello.
Empire. At the time, Austria-Hungary ruled over a specific portion
learning
of
about
country known as
Archduke Franz
Bosnia.
Ferdinand
The Bosnians
getting
wanted their own
capped.
freedom and to become a nation apart from Austria-Hungary, and the next door country of Serbia supported them. So in other words, you have these 2 relatively small countries in Europe. One of them is supposedly ruling over the Bosnians, and the other country wants the Bosnians' freedom. So those Bosnians in Austria-Hungary conspire with the Serbians.
That way
as
there's a noose in my
means
back.
of striking back
It's not a
Austria-Hungarian
noose.
Empire. So whenever the announcement
just a
is
little-
made that the next in line
it's
for
just
the
a rope,
throne,
it's not a noose.
Archduke Franz Ferdinand would be
Arku.
traveling to the region
Aru,
of
move.
Bosnia within
Hold on, I gotta-
Austria-Hungary. The
Oh,
Serbians
oh
decided
wait,
to
maybe
conspire
no, maybe I
to
shouldn't do
kill
that
him.
now. It really
The
looks like a
reason that
noose.
this led to World War I is because Austria-Hungary was allied with Germany and Serbia was allied with Russia. So whenever the 2 little nations decided to declare
Oopsie.
war with each other, the big nations got in on it too. Then from that, France decided that they were going to get into the war because they were friends with Russia. And then Belgium was near France, and then it
Oh my
looked
God,
like
I'm
Germany
shrimping
was
like a
going to go for
motherfucker right
Belgium,
now.
and Belgium was friends with England, so England got involved. And the real reason was there had been so many advancements in explosives, technology, and machine guns that
just
there were
wanna
a bunch
fight.
of world powers that were really mad they couldn't shoot each other. So this seemed like a good enough excuse. So going back to
Whoa.
this event specifically, the assassination
Son-
was supposed to take
Sarajevo?
place in a town known as Sarajevo in June of 1914. There was an assassins group that was made up of Bosnians in Austria-Hungary, but paid for and supplied by the Serbians known as the Black Hand. These men were assembled by a Serbian general named Ilic, or Ilis. I'm going to butcher all of these pronunciations, by the way. So
these names sound like straight out of a novel.
But if I'm wrong, I don't know, be mad about it. The 6 men recruited by the Black Hand to carry out the assassination were Mohammed, Veso, Nedeljko, Karjeko, Trifko,
This is
and
like
Gavrilo.
This is like when you read like a fantasy novel and all of their names are like Starlight and Eagle's Wing and then Jack.
So sorry. Already, before any of this happened, things were already going wrong. First of all, there was worry that the weapons wouldn't get there in time because they were being delivered in a secret crate full of sugar into Sarajevo, and they thought that they sent the sugar to the wrong place for a while.
Oh my
which would have
God.
been bad.
That would have been really funny. They should have.
As Muhammad
Go to a bakery, you're just like, oh yes, our supply of sugar to make these nice cookies, and then there's just like an AK-47. You're like, oh, I think we got the wrong package, guys.
Being accused of
Can we send this back?
secure enough in their operations
get a
and
refund?
acting like an idiot in public. This thing was trained and planned out for several months in advance. So at any point, these 7 people had to be very aware of the police presence in case the police or government somehow figured out what they were planning. To give you an idea of how messed up the situation was, Ilic was told by a general in Serbia to go ahead with the killing and that everything was good. And then on his way there,
A lot
he
of
got a
names in
message
Star
that it
Wars
was
are
off,
hard, like
and then he
fucking
got another
Jorah's
message saying that it was on
Cowbouth?
again. But then supposedly when the
Cowbouth?
killing did happen, there was another message coming to him saying that it
Why the fuck are I mean, I get why Star Wars names are fucking wild as shit. It's because it's Star Wars and they have to be. But like, what the fuck do you mean that there's a guy named fucking Jorah's Cowbouth and our main man is Luke Skywalker? Sabath? Okay, sure. Man who wrote fucking deep lore for Star Wars. I'm sure it's fucking pronounced Salvo. I'm gonna name somebody fucking Shalorbob, and then it's pronounced Jeff.
was off. So this assassination was both on, and maybe off again. So on the
Better than
morning
Franz
of
Ferdinand.
June
Yeah, his
28th
ass is
of
dead.
1914, Archduke Ferdinand, along with his wife Sophie, were to make their travel through
Imagine
the town
getting
from
killed
the
and your
train
death
station,
directly
which is
leading to
over
World War
here
One and
somewhere,
Two.
through the
Fucking
middle of the
nerd.
town square, and then take a turn here to go up to a museum as part of their sort of celebration, get to know the people thing. Ilic, seeing where the route was supposed to take them, had the assassins, all 6 of them, placed in order along the path that Archduke Ferdinand would travel. We know that Muhammad and Veso were stationed next to each other, and that Nedeljko was stationed on the other side on top of the bridge. We don't know where the other 3 were at this time for a reason we'll figure out in a second. I don't know what to draw Ferdinand as. I guess he'll be a triangle. So, because like, you know, Illuminati. So shortly before 10 a.m., the Archduke Ferdinand arrived with his wife, the Duchess Sophie, at the train station in order to begin their journey through town as a sort of parade. The Archduke was in the 3rd of a 6-car parade, which would be traveling through the middle.
I like
of town.
how it was
also
only a
very
split
easy to
second. He
distinguish
didn't
which one they were,
make it
as
run
there
too
was
long.
only
He's
part of
like
this
half his
convertible with the
second.
tops off and with the fancy-looking man waving next to his wife. Also, as we're going to come to find out, things were going equally horrible for the Archduke and them, as soon as they took
Unrelated, or I guess a little related, but can we, if we're gonna be, you know, not to be specific, but if there's gonna be all this political tension in the world, can world leaders start dressing in like the sick drip they had back then? I would feel like a lot better about situations if there were world leaders dripped the fuck out like they were in the 1800s.
off, the chief of police,
Like, you know what?
left
Yeah.
3 of his guys at the
I'm
train
all
station
about this because he's
what
got
had
all
happened
these fucking
is he
tassels
opened the
and
door
medals
for
on
3
him. That'd be
security
sick as
guards to
hell.
Step in. 3 of the wrong guards stepped in. He assumed that was his guys and drove off and left a couple empty cars with just drivers in them. So
Alright.
now the 6-car parade is on its way through town and the 6 assassins are waiting to kill them. So the
Yeah.
car is approaching and the first people it passes by is Muhammad and Veso. Now the entire idea behind this is that the first guy in line should kill him. The other assassins are just there for insurance.
Can they make an anime about this? This seems like a really sick plot to make like a movie out of it. If there's not an Archduke Ferdinand anime already, there should be. That'd be fucking awesome. I'd see that immediately.
However, for some reason that no one really knows, Muhammad didn't take the shot. See, every one of the assassins was armed with a bomb, a pistol, and a cyanide pill. The idea being, if you can get it close enough to take a shot, take the shot. If you can't, throw the bomb at him, and that'll take care of it. And once you're done with it, take a cyanide pill so you can't be captured and give information. Muhammad, possibly fearing his own death, or whatever else may come of him if he didn't, simply did not act. He sat there as the parade passed by. I should also mention Muhammad was nearly 30 whenever this happened. The man stationed next to him, Vaso, was 17. So possibly because Muhammad didn't do it, possibly because Vaso was afraid himself, Vaso also did not act and let the parade pass by. So currently the Archduke has made it past.
So you were training for like several months and then you get cold feet at the last second? Come on, guys.
Now approaching
history knows your name anyway.
At the bridge. Now, Nedeljko at this time was dying.
I keep fucking pausing. Can you imagine if we we fucking rooted for people like we treated people like this like they are athletes on Twitter. Like when people rip, I don't know, like, oh, AJ Brown fucking dropping open passes that would have won the Eagles the game. It's like fucking Muhammad, this idiot dropping the ball against Archduke Ferdinand. Oh my God, make this guy flip some burgers. Get him out of my city.
Of advanced tuberculosis. So those concerns for the end of his life being near didn't really get to him. So at roughly 10:10 a.m., Nedeljko threw a bomb at the Archduke's vehicle. However,
it's not going to go off.
However, Nedeljko was not thinking about two things. One, how he threw the bomb, and two, the timer on it. So what happens is Nedeljko threw his bomb, he missed the carriage, and instead bounced off the convertible top laying on the back of the vehicle. It then rolled into the street because it was on a 10-second timer that he did not take into account and blew up the next car behind the Archduke.
Fucking
Looney
Tunes.
Went off, the bomb was laying underneath the car, and it immediately blew up the engine and the front part of the vehicle. Somehow no one died, but keep in mind it's a parade and there's people on either side of the street watching, so the explosion and the shrapnel ended up injuring 20 people, with the Archduke and Sophie being totally fine. So this quickly adapted from a parade into a self-defense situation.
Yeah, fucking floor it, buddy.
And them got out of there. Nedeljko decided to stick to the plan and kill himself so he cannot give up information, so he popped the cyanide pill and jumped into the Miljacko River. However,
he survived.
The cyanide pill at this point was really old, so instead of killing him, it just induced intense vomiting. Not only that, but the river he tried to jump into was in its dry season and was only 13 centimeters deep. So Nedeljko popped a pill.
What the fuck, dude? He jumped off a bridge and he fucking just cracked his ankles and then started throwing up on himself. What the fuck? This is a comedy, man. This is fucking ridiculous.
Tried to jump into the water, instead broke his legs and began throwing up violently. To which the crowd of paraders that were mad because he just threw a bomb into the parade swarmed him, nearly beat him to death before the police came and arrested him.
Oh
so the
my
reason
God.
we're not sure where the other three assassins were was because as the Archduke and his parade were flying by really fast because now they're being attacked, they kind of scrammed. All three of them except for one, Gavrilo Princip, who stationed himself at the local sandwich shop. See, it seems Gavrilo was rather committed to the cause, and possibly a reason for that was he was also dying of tuberculosis. So rather than call it quits and go home, he decided to stake out at the corner on the way the original route would have went, because he figured, well, even though they were attacked, maybe by some crazy coincidence, I may happen to run into him. So in the meanwhile,
there's
the
no fucking
Archduke's
shot.
vehicle continues on to the courthouse where he was supposed to go and give a sort of speech, but now he's rather upset because someone
Fucking sit down at a train station, a fucking Subway sandwich in hand, just, I'm afraid.
Threw a grenade at him. As a matter of fact, as the Archduke got to the courthouse, the mayor was giving his speech for the Archduke, to which the Archduke interrupted it and said, "Mr. Mayor, I came here to visit and I am greeted with bombs. It is outrageous." Not only that,
there is no fucking way.
The Archduke went to give his speech.
There is no fucking way he got someone threw a fucking bomb at him and he goes, "Sir, is this how you treat your guests? How could you do such a thing? What kind of town are you running here?" These last two videos have been fucking Looney Tune episodes, dude.
He didn't have it on him because the speech was in the vehicle that was blown up. So someone had to go retrieve the speech from the destroyed car, which was covered in blood, and hand the bloodied piece of paper to the Archduke while he was at the podium, to which he added on during the speech in describing how much he loves the people of the town of Sarajevo, as I see in them an expression of their joy at the failure of the attempt at assassination. Yeah, failure. So
this guy's trying to aura farm. He's like when fucking, what was it, when someone when the balloon popped at the Reagan speech and he just fucking goes, "Missed me." He's trying to fucking aura farm. He predated that.
The speech was over and their niceties were made. The sort of security team had a little huddle to figure out what to do next, because it was supposed to be a fun and happy parade, and now they're trying to kill him. One of the security chiefs brought up the idea, well, Sarajevo has their own military. Why don't we just have the military come line the streets and make guard for the Archduke? To which the mayor said, no, they're in training. They won't be dressed appropriately for this situation. Let's just not have any guards at all. So they're like, yeah, that works for me. We just won't have any guards at all. Sounds good. So the Archduke and his wife Sophie decided to change their plans and instead travel to the hospital, which was located somewhere in this region.
Hello, astronomer, welcome in.
Who were injured at the explosion earlier, which, I mean, seems kind of nice. So the plan was for the motorcade, avoiding the cities because,
I know that.
Assassins.
I know that YouTuber. I just noticed he has a fucking Star Wars poster back there. He has a framed Star Wars poster. I didn't even notice that.
Would travel instead an alternate route to the hospital and arrive without traveling through the center of town. They had all made
That's the Force
plan
Awakens.
Inside the courthouse, talking with each other and saying, yeah, we'll do this. But for some reason, no one thought to tell the drivers. So the drivers, assuming that they're going to the hospital up here, think it would be best to travel back into town and continue along this route to get to the hospital, and you see where this is going. Also, to protect the Archduke Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, not the mayor but someone related to the mayor, was riding on the outside of their car, specifically the left side, to protect them from anyone that may be standing over here as they're driving. So as soon
assassins
as the parade
can come from anywhere, right?
start, they don't take this turn, they take this turn back into the center of town. Keep in mind, Archduke Ferdinand's still in the third car at this point. As soon as they take that turn into the center of town,
I don't know why I'm asking
the people in the two front cars tell the drivers, no, we're not going this way, we're going straight north. So the drivers of those two cars take an alternate route this direction. Archduke, not knowing the city or what the back routes are, doesn't say anything to his driver, who just continues on the path he knows.
Oh my god, come on,
the
dude.
Archduke is now completely alone in the front.
He was one fucking MapQuest printout away from stopping both world wars. Come on, dude. Fucking fumbling the ball. Oh my lord.
Driving this direction. As they're getting to this point, the guard who was hanging on the side of the vehicle figures out that what's going wrong and tells the driver to pull over and stop and put it in reverse so they can get back with the group. However, the issue was the vehicle that they were in did not have a reverse, and instead they had to get out and push it. So the driver decides to turn in at this corner, stop, get out, and go around to the front. He stopped in front of a sandwich shop, which was the sandwich shop that Gavrilo Princip was waiting inside.
This is so stupid. I hate history. Can we get a history stream where it's just the stupidest events in history? Because this is fucking comedy gold. They've made every wrong decision. What do you? I shouldn't be laughing this hard at fucking people throwing bombs and shit, but Jesus Lord, it made every wrong choice. This is like you're trying to speed run the bad end of a visual novel. Oh my God.
So picture this: you're Gavrilo Princip.
I'm Gavrilo
You're like,
Princip.
well, I'm not gonna kill this guy. I'll just wait around because maybe he'll come through here for some reason. And then while you're waiting there at the sandwich shop, his driver parks, gets out of the car, walks around to the front, and the only guard is hanging on the other side of the vehicle. There's absolutely no historical evidence for this, but between the mayor saying we don't guard the streets and then letting the driver drive to the sandwich shop, I can't help but feel he somehow wanted the Archduke to die as well. Also, the funniest thing about all of this to me is, despite the number of misadventures that happened, this is what started World War I.
Yeah.
And I can't help but imagine there was a moment in time where Gavrilo was walking out of the shop with like a Subway sandwich in his hand and a gun in the other, and then the Archduke pulls up and parks directly in front of him. And there had to be a moment of time where he decided between a sandwich and starting the largest war of humanity's history, and he chose violence. So Gavrilo simply walked
I'm fucking lightheaded from laughing so hard. The craziest fucking Are there movies about this that paint it in such a silly light? Because I need this visualized. World War I, World War II, almost World War III. Oh, everything, the world we know today was shaped because fucking Princip decided he wanted to grab lunch and wait around. Instead of being like, oh shit, our plot failed, let's retreat and, you know, regroup. Just wanted to get some fucking lunch. Oh my God, my stomach fucking hurts.
couple feet forward, stood up on the edge of the car, pulled his handgun, and shot the Archduke once in the neck and then Sophie in the chest. I actually didn't know this until doing research for this. It always struck me as odd that Gavrilo shot Sophie too, as she was just there. And yeah, people commit political assassinations for their own people or whatever, but there's something especially evil about murdering a mother for seemingly no reason. He said during the trial that what had actually happened is he shot the Archduke and then tried to shoot the guard on the other side of the vehicle who was raising a gun towards him, but Sophia leaned over to protect her husband and got in the way of the bullet. And he felt so sick having shot a woman that he decided he didn't want to keep fighting, which was interesting. Also, he kept apologizing over and over in the trial for having murdered Sophia and orphaning their children. So Gavrilo then...
This man's got some really strange morals, but I guess, it's like, I know I just launched the largest war in mankind's history, but how dare. I can't believe I did this. It's like, buddy, you're about to cause a lot more death. You don't even know it yet. This is the least of your concerns right now.
And stepped off of the vehicle and then put his gun into his own mouth in order to shoot himself, but he hesitated for a minute and the police managed to tackle him before he could do anything. In the trials that came afterwards,
that was very satisfying.
It was really interesting because it seems every conspirator kind of backtracked on their role in the actual assassination. Eventually, everything I just talked about came out as the truth, but for a long time, the argument being upheld was that, oh, I'm not a part of it, I was forced to do it, or they would have killed my family. And then the next guy got up and said, oh, I wasn't a part of it, I just blah, 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 and it kept up like that. So a lot of the sentences that were determined in the trial came from a lot of they said, he said, and confusion, basically. However, it was determined that Ilik was the ringleader, and not only that, he was part of the Serbian government, so this was not just an act of murder, this was a direct act of war. So Ilik was sentenced
So
to
why
death
did they
by
want to kill
hanging,
this guy?
which he was, whereas the others got seemingly light sentences. For example, Gavrilo and Nedeljko, who were both underage at the time, were each given 20 years, even though Gavrilo was
Pretty
the
light
actual
sentence.
one who took the shot. However, both of them ended up dying in prison from their tuberculosis a few years later, so yeah. Trifko was given 20 years as he was a fully aged adult and, knew better. And Vaso and Krechko, each being relatively young, got 16 and 13 years respectively.
Wow.
The interesting one is Muhammad. Remember the first guy who chickened out and didn't take the shot? He somehow managed to get away. As a matter of fact, even though his name was brought up during this trial, no one could find him, not even his own Black Hand members who were looking for him.
Holy
He was found
shit.
2 years later, having hidden out in Montenegro, to which they held a trial for him because they're like, hey, aren't you part of the reason this whole world war started? And he was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, okay. 4 years should do it. And then he got out and went fine. Which leads me to believe that everything combined, Muhammad was probably kind of a rat, considering he was the one they were getting mad at because he was making a jerk of himself in public and going to get them found out. And then he didn't take the shot, and then he ran away, and then he somehow managed to only get 4 years out of this.
That's
I just wanted to
incredible.
talk about this whole thing for the sheer.
Do you imagine trying to apply for a job and they're like, so we see you have a felony on your record. What's that about? And it's like, oh, I was a part of the plot to assassinate Archduke Franz Ferdinand. And they're like, oh, can you start Monday? They wanted this because Austria-Hungary had control of Bosnia and Bosnians won. Oh, I see now. Okay. I did not know this.
Absurdity of it and how absolutely weird it is.
It's
that
fucking
this
cold
is
in
what
here. Hold on,
started
turn
the
off my
largest
fan.
conflict in human history, and then caused the other largest conflict in human history about a couple decades later. The only reason these assassins managed to pull off the job is because the people that they were trying to kill were as equally, if not more, incompetent than they were. So yeah, that's this. I hope you enjoyed this history lesson. People said I exude like cool dad history teacher vibes, so I thought, why not? I want to say sincerely, and it means the most, thank you all for watching.
I thought he was going to say, it means the most that
amazing.
you guys
I
see
can't
me
get
as a
over,
dad.
how well this channel
I hope
did.
you not only see me as a
200,000
meme page
subscribers now.
admin, but also
And
as a father
like,
figure.
Like I said before, 10,000 seemed impossible, so you can imagine how
Thank
I
you,
feel right
Goon.
now 20 times over that. But it
The
really
fuck
does
was
mean the
that?
most. So you can imagine how I feel right now 20 times over that. But
He recorded over a fucking Steam notification or whatever the fuck that was. All right, thank you, Goon. The Star Wars ones. Well, let's see. Let's see what's on the docket. What do I want to watch? What does we want to watch? Where's my Where is my playlist? Do a little. No, you good. You good. Yeah, I was gonna do the what the fuck is that guy called? Pointless Hub one next, but yeah, I'll watch one of the submitted ones. Let's do Luke's Order Terrified the Original Jedi. Look at you. Get over here. Why are you muted?
Jedi were handled in the post-Endor expanded universe leading up to the release of the prequels, to me at least, is just how little anyone knew what they were talking about.
It's a good one.
When the new Jedi Order series dealing with the war between the Yuuzhan Vong and the New Republic was being written, those books were coming out alongside the prequels, so the people responsible for writing the books were being introduced to George's final ideas for how the Jedi Order really had worked at the same time as the audience was. And we, as the readers, basically got to follow along with Luke learning about this lost information from various new information sources coming up in-universe, as that same information was being shown to us in The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, which released alongside some of the new Jedi Order books. And it meant some of the ways Luke was handling his new order came into conflict with what the original order had been, or the way they operated, which was handled in some pretty fun and interesting ways, at least I think, and which allowed for some contentious topics to be explored between the two orders, including one topic which turned out to be pretty prescient for how the rest of the Legends expanded universe would go.
Pregnancy.
In the stories leading up to this point, Luke had met other members of the Old Order, and some of them even joined his. But because nobody knew what anything looked like, most of these characters suffered from mass amnesia, and they weren't the most helpful in providing specific information on how to structure things. For example, there's some stories where Luke's girlfriend Callista Ming was running around in her past life as a
What the fuck do you mean, Luke's girlfriend? What? When the fuck did Luke get a girlfriend?
Jedi in the old Jedi Order, spending time with Ahsoka, Luke's
Ming Dai? What the fuck?
father's apprentice.
Who are
But
these?
when
Who
those
are you
original
people?
stories were written featuring those characters, only the original trilogy and some notes from George existed on what things might have looked like. In particular, the idea of a central organization for the Jedi was less present. It was usually seen as a thing where the Jedi would go out in master-apprentice pairs, and then they'd kind of act independently in the galaxy. There was some belief, for example, that Yoda just hung out on Dagobah because that's what Yoda liked to do. This wasn't necessarily him hiding from the Empire in particular. The new Jedi Order series introduced things like Luke trying to reform the Jedi Council, which we had a much better idea of thanks to The Phantom Menace. And in the later parts of the series, another character stood in basically as a representative of the Old Order, providing a foil to Luke and his own ideas of what the Jedi and the Force were. This character was the long-lost Fosh Jedi Knight Vergere, who had been living with the Yuuzhan Vong until she helped Han and Leia's son, Jason, escape from his own captivity. And considered
Who the fuck is Jason? Who are all these people? He's name dropping them, and I don't know who they are.
herself to still be a representative of the Old Order. When she and Jason escaped to the New Republic, she told Luke that she wasn't affiliated with his order or with
Why the fuck is Jason spelled that way? It's fucking Star Wars. Why am I questioning shit? Han Solo's son he had with Leia. Well, yeah, I get that, but like, they don't mention him in the movies. Like, I mean, this is extended lore. This is before they Disney was like they wiped the slate clean, right? When they brought this up, like when they bought Star Wars, they were like, all this extended lore stuff is all non-canon or they're legends until we say otherwise or something like that. Is that correct? I remember hearing that from somewhere.
New Republic. That as long as she was alive, the old
Because film writers are self-absorbed fuckers that hate book writers. No, please continue to lose your cool. I hate the fucking sequels, dude. Go crazy. I will. That was amazing.
Jedi Order and the Old Republic remained alive as well. It's worth noting, too, that she was conveniently taken away by the Yuuzhan Vong around the time of the Phantom Menace, meaning she would have general information about the Order that we, and more importantly Luke, needed to know, but she'd have an excuse for not knowing anything from Attack of the Clones or Vader's actual fall in Revenge of the Sith. Since Attack of the Clones released only a few months before the novel she plays the biggest roles in, and which provide most of the context for this video, those books being Traitor by Matthew Stover and Destiny's Way by Walter John Williams. Revenge of the Sith wouldn't be out for several years.
That's actually a lot more... fucking face. That's actually a lot more of an expected spelling than I was expecting out of Star Wars, to be honest.
After this point. This is kind of a small detail, but I think it's an underappreciated creative bit of framing to dodge some awkward information she might otherwise have been expected to have. And it gives her a kind of untainted perspective of the Jedi as they were before the fall. She's not really impacted by the events of the Clone Wars and the changes the Jedi underwent there, but we'll get back to that in a second. What isn't underappreciated is that today the channel hit 50,000 subscribers, which I'm incredibly grateful for, so you can like and subscribe now.
Yeah, Corey's datapad.
When you start a sentence with the words Vergere was, there's a significant number of people who will start uncontrollably vibrating, waiting to get mad at whatever you say next. But while later development of her character after her death would claim Vergere was actually a Sith, which is a whole other set of issues we won't get into today, but I will get to it someday, Traitor and
Han and Leia children, Jaina, Jason twins, Anakin Solo, Luke and Mara Jade's son, Ben Skywalker. Haven't gotten to NJO yet. So then, huh? Okay, so Kylo's is just made up for the movies. See, this is my issue with not knowing Star Wars deep lore. All I know are the fucking movies. And then you say things like this, and then they twist my brain around, and I don't understand quite as. I should stop arguing because I don't like the sequels anyway. I don't even want to acknowledge their existence, other than I mean, they're not. It's not the sequel. It's like a middle ground. But the fucking Rogue One, that one I like. But that's not a sequel. Wow, what the fuck? Get out of here! I don't want you.
Destiny's Way intended to portray her as that representative of a bygone era. And as a result, we get to see her as someone who did miss out on the Clone Wars, like I said. So she didn't understand the fall of the Jedi, the Emperor, and the early periods of Luke's Order. She had expected to get home during the Yuuzhan Vong War to the Order that she had left behind, and instead she found a pretty well-established version of Luke's Order. It still wasn't fully established, but it was definitely a far cry from Luke wandering around the galaxy trying to find random Force sensitives. She was also certainly shaped by her own circumstances and experiences.
That's a woman.
Teaching methods with Jason and espousing some pretty different ideas about the Force, especially in Destiny's Way. But when it came to how the Jedi were as an institution, she was able to come in with knowledge nobody who talked to Luke really cared to mention before.
Whoa.
Which meant in Destiny's Way, the only Star Wars book written by Walter John Williams, she and Luke were able to have a few pretty interesting conversations, not just about the nature of the Force, and especially how it related to the Yuuzhan Vong, who were essentially invisible in the Force, and therefore seen by the Jedi of the day as a potential aberration or contradiction of their philosophy.
What does that mean?
But they were also able to discuss how the Jedi should operate, and this provided some key points of contention.
Their design is
There
really
were two
cool.
main points of contention for Vergere and how Luke was running his order, with one concerning her a lot more than the other. The first is that Destiny's Way took place in the middle of an election following the fall of Coruscant and the death of the prior chief of state, Borsk Felia. Luke was still trying to get approval for the Jedi to form a new council, and this became a pretty major point of debate in the election, with the eventual winner, Cal Lomas, being the most friendly to the Jedi and advocating for the council's creation within the New Republic, while others opposed that, fearing what could happen if the Jedi gained too much power and another Darth Vader happened. Both sides of Luke and Vergere's debates on this centered on the idea that the Jedi did serve the republics of their respective days, and took for granted that they would in some way be answerable to the Chancellor, something which is kind of interesting given this core tenet becomes more widely questioned in Star Wars media after Episode 3 and the Clone Wars generally, where the Jedi becoming essentially political instruments is part of the problem, and Luke ends up more clearly divorcing the Jedi from any political body as time goes on. Luke does comment on this already in Destiny's Way, thinking about how the Jedi have become insular and only politically connected to the Chancellor, allowing Vader as the Chancellor's representative to destroy the Jedi. That's not entirely accurate to what happens, but again, this was years before Revenge of the Sith, so points for effort. But Vergere's particular complaint is that Luke becomes active not just within the government, but within the political campaign ongoing at the time. His political activism basically gets into partisan territory, although the circumstances of the Jedi's less established position makes their situation a bit more tumultuous. For Vergere's order, it was taken for granted that the Jedi should exist and the Order should exist within the Republic, with the Council existing as some kind of power within that institution. With the election that Luke's involved in, they make a joke that the Jedi are basically expected to just go out and get normal jobs like regular people, taking away any of the institutional power.
Get a job, loser!
Vergere expresses her direct displeasure at Luke's involvement with this new chief of state, Cal Lomas, and Jason counters to her, alleging that the Jedi served the Chancellor in her time as well, without objection from Vergere to that fact. She does say, though, that, quote,
I like the idea of the Jedi being these super powerful, force-sensitive people, right? And you know, they're doing all this shit. They're fighting off like the what are they called? The fuck are the robots called in the prequels? The CIS? The whatever the fuck they're called. The whatever. And they're fighting all this shit up, and then the droids, yeah, the clankers. Yeah. Separatists, thank you. The separatists. And they're fighting off all these people. And then in the meantime, in politics, they're like, have they considered working at Best Buy? Federation of Independent Systems. Thank you. Are they independent systems? Why? But they're robots. They're not sentient. Real subtle, George.
Chancellors came and went, and we served the Republic, end quote. She relents a bit when Jason points out Luke has served under 4 different chancellors, but Vergere is definitely concerned about the connection between the Jedi and political power, something which becomes even more apparent with her stronger objection to another part of Luke's order, which seems to truly terrorize.
But, like, should you really have power if you just have a bunch of little... If it's just, like, you and then a bunch of robots? That'd be like if I made a bunch of drones and then I'm like, I'm now a world leader because I have a country of robots. I don't know. I don't know the extended lore. Only not know. I told you I don't fucking know lore.
Her.
I told you this. You know this.
Marry and have space babies.
Robots was only
a lot of the time, Jedi disallowing marriage of kids gets discussed in the context of the dark potential of attachments and how they can cloud a Jedi's judgment, something which Vergere brings out against Jason, ridiculing how much his decision-making process is centering on his sister Jaina. But her biggest blow up in the book, aside from when she does literally blow up, sacrificing herself at the Battle of Ebac 9 to save those siblings, comes when Luke is getting new baby pictures of his and Mara's son, Ben. Luke explains part of why marrying is allowed in his order is because he had to recruit much older people with established lives, leaving out the more meta reason that just nobody knew these were the rules when those books were written. But Vergere claims, to Luke and Mara's extreme objection, that their connection to their family makes them less than Jedi, questioning what they might do when they have to choose between duty and family. But even more important is the fact that Ben was as strong in the Force as his parents and his grandfather, Darth Vader. The Legends universe definitely went pretty hard in the direction of Force power being inherited, and Vergere decries the terrifying potential of Jedi dynasties being formed, passing their power down familial lines. Even though Luke usually comes across as more sympathetic here, and Vergere's
you're in the movie, you just have a bad nightmare about your kid, and then Luke will go in and fucking take care of that real quick. This is an era where the fears of the old order on what could happen in these situations aren't unfounded and kind of get borne out by the rest of the Legends expanded universe. Vergere, while kind of pompous throughout the book, usually ends up being pretty level-headed in her discussions with both Luke and Jason, even when they're kind of weirdly discussing Luke's ideas about how exterminating the Yuuzhan Vong may or may not have been a valid choice. And when she's given information which leads her to conclude that elements of the New Republic are actually planning to move forward with exterminating every Yuuzhan Vong, something she very much does not want to happen, it's this interaction with Luke on this difference of philosophy between the old and new Jedi orders which gets her angry enough to get her the all-important italic text. This seems to be one of the most concerning things she sees in the book. Luke downplays the threat this can pose when they're so under fire by the Yuuzhan Vong, but ultimately there is an oligarchy which does go on in Star Wars, and Destiny's Way pretty accurately calls the shot of these Jedi dynasties taking a lot of political power by being involved in this way. These dynasties do come about just how Vergere says. Luke's direct line goes down to Cole Skywalker, remaining in control of the Jedi Order as a Grand Master, a role his son Ben probably did end up taking over. And before Han and Leia's son Anakin died, it was expected that this would probably have been his role as well. But on top of that, the thrones of the two major monarchies in the galaxy ended up being taken over by the descendants of Vader within a few decades. Oh, you said abandon their son.
Was the so-called Sword of the Jedi married Jagged Fell, who was elected the Imperial Chief of State before becoming the Emperor, thereby making Jaina Solo Fell the new Empress of the Fell Empire, one generation removed from when her uncle decided that probably wouldn't be a very cool thing for him to be. Jason also had a child with Tenel Ka-Jo, the Queen of the Hapens, and presumably this child, Alana, continued on that dynasty as queen, along with her own descendants. By the time of the Legacy era, about 100 years later, Jaina's descendant, Empress Marasia Fel, was involved in the defeat of Darth Krayt's Sith Empire, and the Fels had been training their own branch of the Jedi, the Imperial Knights, who didn't have quite the same codes as the Jedi Order did. After the conflicts of this period, the Empire joined back up with the Galactic Federation, putting Marasia as one of the three members of the Triumvirate ruling the known galaxy.
Hell yeah!
Alongside Jedi Grand Master
I love a strong woman.
And Commander of the Galactic Alliance's remaining forces, Gar Stasi. It's really not a great look for the idea that Jedi dynasties wouldn't be taking over rulership positions, because they 100% did. That's going to do it for our look today at these major fears for the old Jedi Order and how they related to Luke's order. Remember to leave a like and subscribe if you have enjoyed the video.
Luke was a lot more progressive than the original Jedi Order, which I guess makes sense. He's kind of making it from the ground up. Like I said, I'm gonna put on some Poker Man music, and I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick. So if you need to get a drink, get a snack, this will be your time to do so. I'll be right back. He's back. Hi. How are you? Sitting pretty. Did you miss me? You can say yes. You can stroke my ego a little bit. Oh, hey, Bucko. Thank you. I'll keep that paused in the background. All right, what do we want to watch next? What does Len want to watch next? Oh, let's do this one. The eye dog. What's up, dog? Get rid of you. Get rid of you.
Eye dog, the little dog
Little dog.
with the big sound. You can plug him in, and iDog plays your tunes. He lights up to your touch and changes colors along with your music. iDog, little dog.
Oh god, he's getting drowned out. Check DMs after stream. He's sending me death threats. Whoa. This thing, I wanted this thing so fucking bad, man. Begging for the beat. Okay, we didn't have to
This
word
is
it
the
like that.
Sega Toys iDog, the first of its kind released exclusively in Japan on April 2nd, 2005. It was designed to appeal to two of the biggest trends of the
2005?
time, iPod accessories and
Background
virtual
America,
heads.
thank
As
you.
an iPod accessory, it's pretty self-explanatory. It was designed to fit Apple's trademark visual aesthetic, and it sports a 3.5mm jack on the side. When you plug in your iPod, your music will play through the iDog's
fuck is
built-in
jack?
speaker, and it'll wiggle its head and ears around, and it's very, very cute. As you can see, there are 7 LEDs on the iDog's face, which it uses.
Channel's so peak, I found out about it last year. Oh, fuck, I haven't been saying the names of these channels. Holy shit, I'm such a bad fucking VTuber. Hold on. Let me, so that last video, I mean, we knew about Wendigoon, but the last video we watched was by Corey's Datapad. Just to give them the credit, obviously. That was the Luke's Order Terrified the Original Jedi was Corey's Datapad. This is Planet Clue. Planet Clue. Channel for Legends. I'm gonna have to subscribe to him. I gotta catch up on all this fucking Star Wars shit if I want to get into extra Legends. And this is Tale of the iDog, the iPod accessory that ruled the world. Planet Clue. Only 500,000 subscribers. Interesting. Guys are finding me some gems, some good channels. I've started watching. I'm really liking these videos so far. I say as I've watched 2 of the ones that I put in. Hey, Len, you've got some great taste. Oh, thank you, Len. You're really nice about that.
To express emotion. If it's green, it's absolutely vibing. If it's orange, it's mildly content, and if it's red, it's friggin' angry. Booping its
What?
nose and petting it on the head makes the iDog happier, but it doesn't like when you touch its tail or ignore it for a long time. The degree at which it's feeling these emotions is determined by how fast the LED pattern rotates. For example,
Really?
if the iDog is really, really happy, it'll have a fast spinning green pattern. It's like the equivalent of a dog wagging its tail. It also has
Aw.
this very weird feature called mimic mode, where
Yeah?
it'll listen to you speak and it'll repeat it back to you in iDog language, which is basically just gibberish.
Hey, iDog, give the audience a reason why they should subscribe to KK Clue. That is a very good reason, thank you.
Fuck.
And I thought the
He convinced me.
microphone was broken.
mean, the man's
but this
speaking
actually
reason, you
is
gotta
functioning
listen.
as intended. I had the manual translated from Japanese to English, and in the mimic mode diagram, the top frame is the user saying hello, and the bottom is the iDog responding with beep beep. Boop beep. So it's very
Base.
clear that you're not supposed to understand it. There were a few variants of the Sega Toys iDog: white, red, yellow, blue, pink, collaboration with Atmos, collaboration with Sapporo. But they touched
Who the
on an
fuck are
idea that I
those?
really, really liked that they never returned to, which is changing the shape of the face LEDs. The variants were called Happy Version and Lovely Version. The Happy
Lovely.
version is light blue and features star-shaped LEDs,
Whoa.
and I think it's adorable that they took starry-eyed to a literal degree. And the Lovely version has heart-shaped
Aw.
LEDs, and it really does feel like they're trying to sell to me specifically because, oh my god, I want it so bad. As much as I want them, I will not be
Aw.
buying them because getting this guy imported from Japan was expensive enough as it is. Most of my audience is American, so if you've seen an iDog before, it probably looked like this. This is the first model of iDog that landed on American store shelves, and it was produced by Hasbro and Tiger
baby,
Electronics.
Wolf Link.
Outwardly, it's not too drastic of a redesign compared to the Japanese one. They gave the
That's pretty
Hasbro
similar.
iDog back legs
Well,
and
they've just
paw
been an
beams. They replaced the two
anthropomorphized
buttons on the
female
top
dog
with a
version.
light sensor, and they moved the microphone from here to here.
The fucking the lovely version is just like furry bait. All right, hear me out. You guys are Apple. I am pitching a brand new 2026. I forgot what year it was. I am pitching you a new 2026 version of the iDog. Basically, okay. Hello, Apple. My name is Len Meringue. I'm here to sell you on bringing back the iDog. We keep it similar. You can play music through it. However, instead of its original design as you see on screen, we model it after Pultra from ZZZ. I will accept this idea for no less than $50 million. But why do I keep clicking this? Get out of here. Oh, fucking hell, yes. Who? Hold on. Can I pull up a picture of Pultra from ZZZ? Google. Pultra ZZZ. Open new image. This lovely lady. Call me, Apple. I have great ideas. I have great ideas, Apple. You don't know how much money you're losing out on. We can make a brand deal with Hoyo. We can get a version of this that's Miyabi. We can get a version of this that's we can get like Blue Archive ones, so ones like Shiroko from Blue Archive or Seiya from Blue Archive. I've got loads of ideas, Apple. Call me, I swear. Zooey mama. I built a play.
But the software that these two are running is completely different. The Japanese iDog makes mostly surreal
Turns into
electronic
goo.
noises. While the Hasbro
Just thought of instantly about the fucking... Did you guys see that video on Twitter? Was it on Twitter? I think it was. Where it was someone who had like the trumpet or the bugle or whatever it was for the start of horse races that do that. They do that. But it's like retired racehorses who have been like out of racing for like 5 years. And when they hear that, they instantly get ready to go racing again. It was really cool. Or maybe it was scary. I don't know. I thought it was cool. But some people were like, oh, that's so sad. They're so used to it. But I don't know what the correct opinion is on that one. But I thought it was neat.
iDog features a lot of dog-centric sounds like barking and such. I understand why they made that change. The Japanese iDog doesn't really come across as a dog in its behavior.
I don't know.
It just kind of acts like a weird robot, which is cool, by the way. I like that. You turn the Japanese iDog on and it's like... And you turn on the Hasbro iDog and it's like... It's definitely up to personal preference, but I just love the absolute insanity of the Japanese one. It's just such a manic and exciting toy. And we can't move on to the next topic without...
Texan just said the same thing happens to humans. I just got fucking sleeper cell activated by fucking Freddy Fazbear. One more time for the people in back.
Love the absolute insanity of the Japanese one. It's just such a manic and exciting toy. And we can't move on to the next topic without acknowledging that the iDog's design has aged beautifully. The white glossy plastic with
fuck
silver
me, that was good.
It
It couldn't get better timing than that.
Modern, even 15 years later. So many similar toys from this time period just age like milk. You guys remember Is
from Sizzle.
Oh, what the fuck
Did I
is
just
that?
unearth some memories for a lot of the people watching this video?
What in
Cool. Sorry, you're
fucking
better
shit
off
is
not
that?
remembering.
That's
Look how
ugly.
terrible this design is.
Ew! Does that say? Oh, this was a competitor to the iDog.
If they released a Bluetooth iDog, didn't change its visual design at all, and released it in modern day, it would slay. But is
Probably.
a perfect
I
example
would
of
buy
a
it.
design that only would have worked in the mid-2000s. It would be
If it had a
lame
good
food if
speaker
was
on it, I
released
would buy
today.
the shit out of
Good
it. Creature
design
wasn't
doesn't
thing.
age. And speaking of age, one thing that hasn't aged beautifully are the materials that make up the iDog.
Oh.
The plastics that they used for the iDog have a tendency to yellow when exposed to UV light. Both of these 2005 iDogs I purchased new in box. The Japanese iDog released in an opaque cardboard box, which
My
kept
pet
it in
loves
perfect
music
condition
too.
for a decade and a half, whereas the Hasbro unit released in a box with a transparent plastic window. It's not uncommon to see new in-box iDogs on eBay that have suffered a lot of yellowing, all because of that stupid window. When it comes to yellowing, these two units are in the best condition I've ever seen. You can see the yellowing process starting to begin though. There's very, very slight yellowing on the ears and tail, but other than that, they're gorgeous. But
I ordered a NASCAR diecast off of eBay. Granted, it was like $20, but it was like a Carl Edwards car, and it looked really nice in the photos. And like I said, $20, so I'm not that pissed about it. But when it got here, the windows were so yellowed, I thought that the fucking person who sold it to me was a smoker. Like it was like the rest of the car looked fine, but the windows, like, holy shit.
it's not just the plastics that have aged. These little rubber things that cover the 3.5mm jack, they yellow so fast, and I usually just remove them because they're really gross. But the
Ew.
aging doesn't end there. If you buy a used iDog on eBay, you have a very good chance of it being dead on arrival. A few years ago, I ordered this pink Dalmatian iDog on eBay, and it came with this matching purse. It's
Oh.
very cute. I like it a lot. But
Matches
sadly,
his
it
eyes.
did not work. So I set
No.
it on my shelf as a display piece, and I ordered another one. And this time it was a rainbow Dalmatian.
Did he have a
So I set it
fucking...
on-
He had a fucking Taco Bell dog there? The Taco Bell Chihuahua? That's amazing. He has a fucking... Oh, that's probably the orange box, right? Yeah. Is that Mucha Lucha? And a DJ Pony? All these base... Oh my god, this guy's got quite the collection here. Spyro Crash. Taco Bell dog. Game Gear Sonic. Another Sonic. GameCube controller. Tony Hawk's... What? Is that Pro Skater? 2003. Holy shit, this guy's got... What is it? What is that down there? Strongbad.email.exe. Strongbad emails 1 to 200. What is Strongbad's emails? Yo quiero Taco Bell.
my shelf as a display piece, and I ordered another one. And this time it was a rainbow Dalmatian, and I was shocked that it too was dead on arrival. At that point, I was finally willing to shell out a lot of money just to get a brand new one. I determined that these two iDogs both suffered from the same exact problem. The previous owner had left the batteries in the iDog for a decade, and you're never gonna believe this, they corroded. It wasn't receiving power because there were battery leakage stains in the way of the metal contacts. The solution to
You
this
could just
problem
get
is
a
to
wire
mix baking
brush.
soda with a little bit of water,
Oh,
then you
that
dip a
too.
Q-tip in there, and then you scrub the acid stains until it all comes up. 30 minutes and a lot of Q-tips later, the batteries will have no problem making contact and your dog is alive again. So now I have
Wait,
three
what did that
the
say?
batteries will
Give
have
me that
no problem
disclaimer,
making
baby.
contact and your dog is alive again.
This isn't as much about the aging of the iDog itself as it is the batteries that were left inside it, but I still felt it was necessary to include in the segment about how the iDog has changed.
Again. So now I have 3 OG Hasbro iDogs, and 3 is a lot of iDogs. And that is, in fact, more than
iDog?
1 and less than 4, so there you go. But what if I wanted to catch them all? Let's say hypothetically I wanted every single one of them.
Whoa.
Well, I'd be collecting for the rest of my dang life. White, black, blue, fuchsia, pink, lime, purple, red. And red was exclusive to Target. And then you've got the Dalmatians, black, pink, and rainbow, those are lovely. And there was cow and tiger, and those are really rare because no one bought them. Have you heard about a band called Kiss? They had a iDog.
No,
They had
shot, they had-
before, actually.
What?
Have you heard of a character called, I don't know, Spider-Man 3? iDog sure has. They called it the Spy Dog.
I need to find this. Holy shit. Wait. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Google. Spy Dog. Holy fucking shit. Hold on. I need to look this up. Hold on, let me look it up. Spider-Man eye dog. Give me this shit. I need this. $100? $100. It's out of box, so it's probably not gonna work. But holy fuck, this thing is sick. This one's in box, mint condition. $200 though. Oh my god, that's fucking nuts. That'd be such a sick. That'd be such a niche thing to fucking have. I want it. I want it. I'm gonna put it on. I should put it on my fucking. Put on my Christmas list for next year. Ari wants an eye dog too. Ari, is this true? Do you want an eye dog? I mean, we can't have a regular dog because I'm allergic, so I guess this is the closest we're getting.
They
Unless
had
we
the
get a
stupid
Neopet.
dumb version and the cool version. And the spy dog makes absolutely no sense because why would they put Spider-Man's eyes here but then not change the LED design? It just shines through it. I don't
True.
like it.
I just think it looks really stupid.
Yeah, but that's part of the novelty.
The lights don't show up very well on the eyes. They are very, very poor.
I mean,
Anyway, it was
those
clear that
two work.
Hasbro was taking full advantage of the popularity of the iDog, and they stepped up their game by introducing brand new models. In 2006, Hasbro released the iCat, the
Whoa.
supposed yin to the iDog's yang. It has a few changes here and there. Firstly, the
Where's the
face
Garfield
LEDs
collab?
are not diffused, so it looks a lot cleaner. I prefer the diffused LEDs. I think the
Ooh,
white
that
bead
looks
great,
clean.
especially in the dark. I just think it looks really lame without it. The iCat also introduced touch capability. You can touch
Whoa.
the face LEDs, and it'll light up whichever one you're touching. I like the subtle whiskers on the face, and the curved tail looks really good. The iDog has a perfectly straight tail, and it looks like an antenna. And they added this bizarre claw design to the paws. It'd be more welcome if they kept the back legs when they did so, but they didn't. And the biggest problem with the iCat is that the motors in it are extremely loud, and the built-in speaker is embarrassingly quiet. Even when it's maxed out, it's hard to hear the music over the sounds of the motors.
Oh. Ew.
I got this one brand new. It has no excuse to be this loud.
Oh
The
my
iCat is perfectly
God,
acceptable. I would have loved it as a
gross.
kid, but when compared to the original iDog, I'm not a big fan. The next release after the iCat was the iFish, and oh my god, it
Fish.
is ridiculous. I can't believe Hasbro greenlit this idea. Like, it's really cool,
Fish.
and it's a great addition to the world
Fish.
of iDog just because it's such an
Fish,
outlier,
fish,
but there's a
fish.
massive missed opportunity here. They could have made it waterproof, and it isn't. It isn't waterproof. As a matter of fact,
you
the
try
iFish
this?
manual absolutely begs you to not let it go for a swim. It is a fish out of water, literally
sky.
and metaphorically, and because of that, it's one of my absolute favorites. Why is the LED pattern vertical? Both of its fins are
Okay, you guys are. Hey, Nick Ramos. All right, you guys are Apple again, right? You guys are Apple again. I am going to pitch to you a second time that you already bought my idea for $50 million that we make a new iDog in the current year that is shaped like Pultra. I am now introducing a collab with Uma Musume, and we have Uma Musume figures, except there are LEDs in it, and you can connect your speakers to it. I will sell this idea for $75 million.
buttons. And why does the back of the fish look like a skeleton? And the gimmick of the iFish is that it spins, and when it does, it wiggles its little tail.
What? That's fucking awesome!
And the gimmick of the iFish is that it spins.
Oh my god, I need this. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking brainless consumer and I don't even give a shit. Oh my god, I didn't know this existed. This thing's fucking awesome.
And when it does, it wiggles its little tail, and I love that. But also, they didn't really think that through, right? Because it's not
wait a
wireless.
second.
You have to use a cable to play music on it. And when you do that, the fish spins as it does, and
One second.
and eventually tangles itself up in its own cable. Like, are you kidding me? I love the
God.
eye fish so much because it should not exist. It's a fish that can't swim and it tangles itself up from getting too excited. And honestly, that is such a mood. Okay, I know that was really frantic, but I just love the eye fish so much. The next release was
Honestly, I get
the
it.
IC. You get it?
What? It's a fucking penguin! Guys, this is a little lore drop. Penguins are one of my favorite animals. Oh my god, it's a good thing that I was not like a self-sufficient adult when these things were out. I would have wasted so much fucking money on these things. Oh my god. I fucking love penguins so fucking much, man. Oh. I'm looking at it right now. I have a big fucking stuffed penguin on my couch. I love it. Oh my god, that's so fucking cute.
Icy, it's a penguin. And the LEDs are on their big fat tum-tum. I like the goofy pear shape and the black and white design. I mean, it looks pretty good. They lean from side to side and they wiggle their little flippers.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god. I want one so badly.
Round. It doesn't have any variations unless you count some Burger King toys. I'll get to that in a little bit. I know you guys love it when I talk about pups. Well, the next product they released was the iDog Pup. Please.
Oh, I remember
touch
that
my
one.
Son, whenever you please. They are very small and they make tiny puppy noises.
Don't touch my son.
I
Don't talk
must
to me
protect the child.
or my
so
son
as you can
ever
imagine,
again.
the iDog Pup was like a budget option. It's matte plastic instead of glossy, and the tail isn't a button anymore. But the real game changer is that the pup does not have audio in. There's no way to play music with it. Is that not the entire point of the iDog? It just dances to music that it hears through its microphone, which means you can make just about any sound and it'll dance to it. I put it next to my keyboard while I was writing this script, and it just danced the entire time from the sound of me typing. The iDog Pup is very cute, but it doesn't do anything. It had a couple of variants: black, silver, orange, green, blue, light, pink, green swirls, pink flowers. Pretty good stuff. And
No
next
yellow.
was a huge
Cringe.
release, the iDog Amped, which was considered like a second generation of iDog. It could move its head up and down, and it could wag its tail,
Whoa!
and tap its little foot.
Whoa!
Little tappy paw. They reintroduced the touch capability from the iCat, and that's kind of neat. But the most prominent feature was
Absolutely.
the stereo
Knives, you
speakers,
missed
one on
it.
top and
I
one
just
on bottom.
fucking, I almost started crying. They had an IC, and it was a fucking little penguin. It was a little penguin. Look at it. Look at him go.
They lean from side to side and they wiggle their little flippers
at it.
around. It doesn't have any variations unless you count some
cute.
Burger King toys. I'll get it's very
my
cute,
God.
but it doesn't do anything. It had a couple of variants: black, silver, orange,
You
green,
remember
blue.
the penguin? You really do. Oh my god, it was so cute. Oh, I want one so badly. I love. You have the penguin? No shot. Oh my god. I love penguins. They're one of my favorite animals, if not my favorite animal. He's dead. Oh.
Light pink, green swirls, pink flowers. Pretty good stuff. And next was a huge release, the iDog Amped, which was considered like a second generation of iDog. It could move its
got
head up and
stereo
down, and it could wag
speakers.
its tail, and it could tap its little foot. Tap a foot, little tappy paw.
He's got
They
drip, I'm
reintroduced
not
the
gonna
touch
lie.
capability from the iCat, and that's kind of neat. But the most prominent feature was the stereo speakers, one on top and one on bottom. Do the stereo
Whoa.
speakers really make a difference?
No.
No, they still sound awful. Even though music playback is a primary feature on the iDog, it's interesting that every single iDog speaker is just the worst thing ever. In the context of a kid's toy, it's plenty passable. The demographic that they were aiming for would never be able to tell the difference, but it's all
I absolutely would have told the difference, and I would not have given a single shit about it. I want the fish, I want the Spider-Man variant, and I want the penguin above all. If I could find a penguin variant, I would fucking cry, and I would put it on display. I have a shelf that I would make room for, and he would stand up there, and I would have an extra long USB that I would plug into my phone whenever I want to listen to music. I don't care that I have I have good speakers. I would play all of my music through the penguin. Need to have a hangover. Damn, Nick was out partying last night. Have a good night, Nick. Bye. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Hope you have a good night. Feel better. Take some Tums or whatever.
all highs and mids. The low end just doesn't exist, and so many frequencies are just absent.
Oh.
And I don't know how I managed to go this far in the video without acknowledging that.
Oh, wow. Do you think that someone out there, like one of those tinkering YouTube channels, has has like an iDog, and they have taken it and modified it so it has like a JBL in it, and it's like actually a really good speaker, and it still has the novelty of being an iDog, but it has an actual good speaker. If they haven't, that'd be a good idea to pitch to them. Oh God. No, the penguin speaker is trying its best.
The whole selling point of the iDog amped was that they had supposedly better speakers. And yeah, the amp was a little bit louder, but it still doesn't sound good. However, as an addendum to my statement about how every iDog product sounds terrible, there is one iDog product that they released in the future
iDog
that
Bluetooth.
sounds pretty good. And we will get there when we get there. All right, so getting back on topic
keep
about
me
the
on the edge
iDog
of my
amped,
seat.
there were some creative variants, and there were a lot of them that were focused on patterns instead of just colors. And I think that's kind of a cool idea. But you know what? Hasbro thought the amped wasn't good enough because in 2008, they released this lad. This is the
Whoa.
iDog dance, and basically everything is
Very
motorized.
large.
The head, the ears, all
Whoa,
of its legs,
he's
and
doing a
the right
wheelie.
paw. I know this sounds silly, but I think that kids would be scared by this toy. It makes
What?
menacing beeping noises, and sometimes it just suddenly lunges like it's going to attack you.
What
I
the
don't know
fuck?
why they felt the
It's
need
like a
to change the
Godzilla.
sounds. The previous sounds were just fine. Don't get me wrong, though. I do love the iDog dance.
I would've
love
bought
that
it.
just absolutely
I would've
proves.
thrown so much
For
money at
variants,
this
there
stupid
weren't
thing.
any. There was only white and black. And next up, we've got the smallest iDog ever made, the iDog Clip. And you thought the iDog Pup was the smallest one? No, the clip is even smaller. It's very tiny. They karate chopped an iDog's head right off of its
Oh my
neck to
God,
make
they
this
fucking
product.
killed him.
Isn't that crazy? How could they do such a thing? And you can hang it off of your jeans. What? You can make all
You know how there are those people who walk around and they have like speakers in their backpacks, or they're just playing their music like really loud on a Bluetooth speaker? What if I did that, but I just had this on me? I just played fucking like, you have a speaker backpack? Knives, get rid of it. Hillary Duff, never mind. Knives, keep it. But could you imagine? You have people who are playing music through their speaker backpacks, and they're like, you know, kind of being obnoxious. But then I come through, you know, dripped out as fuck, because obviously, and I have the little the iDog Mini or whatever the fuck they called it, and I am mogging you. Because, yeah, your stupid little backpack might be loud, but I have a fucking severed dog head on my pocket.
your classmates
Steal your lunch
so
money?
jealous in
What, you don't have your own lunch money? What are you, poor?
elementary school if you wore one of these bad boys.
Oh my God, I would have been the talk of the town.
I gotta get back on track. Okay, so it has a built-in audio cable, and you plug that into the iPod, and it'll play
Oh
the
no,
music through its
Mama
tiny,
Ramos.
terrible speakers. Where have I heard that before? But there's an alternative, right? There's a headphone pass-through on the top of the unit, so the iDog can still flash its little lights on your belt loop, and you don't have to deal with any signal degradation. It's the first and only iDog product to
died.
have not only an audio in, but an audio
Why doesn't he
out.
stand
I
up
think it would
well?
be
Why
incredibly
did they
lame if
put?
someone
Why were all the audio jacks like second Nate? Like it was a second thought for them. It was not the primary. I never had an iPad. I had a Zune. I had both. I had a Zune and I had an iPod Mini, like the little clip one. I never had like the full on iPod or the iPod. Not to kill myself. Why? I feel like I was ran over by a delivery truck. No, Nick, no. Get some tummy medicine.
ironically wore one of these in 2008, but
Still-
if I saw
I still
someone
own a
wearing one
DSi.
now, I would.
I think I have Pokemon White 2 in it right now. I haven't finished it because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing in it, because it's been like 6 years. Actually, no. When did Pokemon White 2 come out? Like 2011, 2012? That was I have a 1990s Game Boy. What color? Were you one of the cool people who had a clear one? I have a Game Boy. I have a Game Boy Color, and I have a Game Boy Advanced SP. It's white. 1980. Somebody, but I'm still. Yeah. I'm surprised my mom never called me an idiot. 1989? 1989 Game Boy. What the fuck does that look like? 1989 Game Boy. Oh, that was that. Oh, that was the original bad boy. Oh, that's pretty hot. Unfortunately, that would mog me. It's the first ever one. Yeah, that would aura farm, unfortunately. Gotta give point to knives in that situation. That'd be sick as fuck. So you know you're gonna get a future. Gave mine to my dad for really? Did your dad play a lot of old Nintendo games? I'm assuming so. If you gave him a Game Boy, same when he bought me all this. Aw, what the fuck? That's so cute. Barco, why are you such like a like a pure-hearted, wholesome individual? Barco, you're like actually like a steal it back. No, I don't believe Barco has a mean bone in his body. Like there is not a single atom in Barco's body that could at all be negative. He's like the sweetest human alive. Yeah, Barco's such a sweetheart.
Immediately befriend them. It's the same sort of thing as people wearing Tamagotchi as a fashion accessory. I'm super into it. All right, so immediately after the smallest iDog
Mona
ever made,
WarioWare
they released
is a
the
lucky
biggest
woman,
iDog
Barco.
ever made, the iDog Soft Speaker.
What?
And this
It's
thing
a little
is
plushie?
huge. And you'd think that them making it into a plush would have an effect on functionality. Kinda. It runs the same software as a regular iDog, but it's not motorized for obvious reasons. So it can't move its head or ears like others can, and that's fine.
Imagine
because they could have
cuddling
gone the
your
easy peasy
speaker
route and made it not functional
sleep.
and just make it a pillow that's shaped like an iDog, but they went the extra mile to not skimp on the features, and I respect that a lot. Remember earlier in this video when I said that there was one iDog product in which the speaker actually sounds pretty good? Yeah, this is the one.
What? Wow, that's pretty cool. Would have
When
sold
you're
it at
working
some
with
point in
such
the
a
past.
tiny
Shop didn't really
device,
take
you only
it.
have
That
so
shop
much
is an
room to work
idiot.
with.
I would have
but
bought
this
that
thing
in a
is
heartbeat.
massive, so I'm sure
What
that
are-
those
I think it's the
limitations didn't really
iDog.
apply.
You've
and they
seen
could
me-
fit something
there,
with
you
higher
missed me,
fidelity in there. It's not competitive with
fucking
today's technology. I'm just saying that this is
squealing over the
easily
Penguin
the
version.
best sounding iDog product by
Feel better
a
with
wide
stuff
margin.
night,
And I
night,
realized
Nick.
that it was a
Bye-bye.
decent
Take
speaker
care.
whenever Luke and I were hanging out, and he plugged in the iDog soft speaker to my computer while we were playing video games or something. And in like 10 minutes,
He's a
I forgot
squealer.
it was
It's a
there.
floater.
And then an hour later, I looked back and I was like, oh yeah, the audio's coming out of that. Wow, I didn't. Okay, cool. You do kind of have
Enhance. He's a Lemme subscriber. Lemme is a fantastic YouTuber. I know that fucking missing flight, whatever. I know that video. I've watched it. Lemme fantastic. If you guys don't watch Lemme, you should. It's like fucking YouTube Premium plus. Fantastic content that you can get on YouTube. What are the other ones? I see. Is that a Defunct Land? I think that's a Toys R Us Defunct Land. Holy shit. And lo-fi beats to study and relax to. I don't know the rest of these videos. But that's definitely a Defunct Land. That's a Lemme. And I can't tell the rest of these.
to crank it, though it is a little bit quiet, but other than that, it's really good. As for variants, there were a few: white, blue, pink, light pink flowers, hot pink flowers. And finally,
no
this
yellow.
is the last
Disgusting.
proper iDog release ever made, the iTurtle. It is exceptionally
What?
rare, and after digging and digging on eBay for months, I was not able to get my hands on one. But what I was able to get a hold of was the iTurtle Burger King toy, and this gives me a good opportunity to talk about those. Hasbro partnered with Burger King for an iDog promotion twice, once in 2007 and once in 2008.
What is the current Burger King toy? Hold on, I gotta see this. It cannot be anywhere near as cool as the Pokemon Pokeballs or a fucking music turtle. Current Burger King toys. About to sneeze, hold on. That hurt. Burger King current King Jr. toys as of early 2026 feature a collaboration with SpongeBob. What? There's a fucking it's SpongeBob. It's Bob Epongi. Wow, it's amazing. What are the toys? Can I still get one? It ends in like 6 days. I gotta go and get the fucking. I don't even like Burger King. I fucking hate Burger King, but I would absolutely buy some fucking cheesy bacon tots and a Patrick's. What is this? Patrick's Starberry Shortcake Pie. I'm gonna go to Burger King tomorrow and buy a fucking kids meal just so I can get this. I'm such a brainless consumer and I don't even
For
care.
the 2007 promo, they offered the dog, penguin, cat, and turtle. With
Remember
5
the
different
one
colors.
time Burger King did a Sir Mix-a-Lot parody? Burger King Sir Mix-a-Lot. Oh my god.
I like square butts and
I fucking forgot about this. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Those pants are square. Swinging through the tangles is a butt with sharp right angles. Now SpongeBob, I wanna get with ya, cause you're making me richer. I know why do we keep it grungy, cause everybody knows that he's so spongy. Oh, rumpa sponge skin, you dance with your hips don't bend. So groove it and move it. If you got caboose, then prove it. SpongeBob is dancing and Squidward is glancing. He's hating, wet. Got SpongeBob running his set. I'm tired of all these chairs. They don't accommodate these squares. Take the average box run and tell him that you gotta have square back. Mr. Krabs, Patrick, has SpongeBob got the butt? Oh, tell him to shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Shake that cubicle butt. SpongeBob got back. Nah, dude, I said cubicle, not booty. Don't trip. Yeah, baby. When it comes to sea life, curves ain't got nothing to do with Bob's selection. 2x2x2 square trousers, working that black belt, looking like dotted lines.
He's kind of killing it though. Like the king is breaking it down. Holy shit.
And watch SpongeBob kick it. I gotta be straight when I say you gotta scrub till the break of dawn. Bob got it going on, been known to rock him a thong. Them round butts won't admit it, but they'd wear that gear if they could fit it. You can draw his body on paper. His waistline really don't taper. Your girlfriend wants to squeeze him, wanna push his pores.
It's a full song. It's like 2.5 minutes.
Too much of that squeezing. You other sponges don't want none unless you rock square buns. To the new sponges in the magazines, you ain't it, Miss Thing. We rock them cubes, gals and dudes. I put it down at the Goon Lagoon. Some other box butts get
Goon
jealous
Lagoon.
at the moves that come from square fellas. See Bob and they wanna get 'em, but Sandy G, she won't let 'em.
Whoa.
If you happen to wander on land and you wanna be a square butt fan, just drive the crew by the Burger King and give that sponge a ring. SpongeBob got back.
They need to do more shit like this. I would eat at Burger King if they did more shit like this. I fucking hate Burger King, but I would absolutely eat. I would be there every fucking day if they did this. Super Bowl quality material. To the trouble of making an extended version. Have you seen the George Washington car ad? Yeah. That came on a lot during NASCAR races when I was growing up. Too bad their food sucks. It's true. Burger King is so fucking disgusting. I haven't eaten a burger from Burger King in probably like well over a decade. But when I took an airplane like a few years ago, and it was like the first time I flew and I was hungry and I didn't feel like paying money, like a lot of money to eat at the airport restaurant. And the only thing open was a Burger King because the Chick-fil-A was closed. And I was like, fine, I'm not getting a burger though. Their burgers are garbage. And they have like a spicy chicken sandwich or something, which I was surprised because I figured the airplane or the airport menu would be a little shrunk. And it had like, it was like spicy chicken and bacon or something with like lettuce and tomatoes and all that good shit. And I got it and I ate it and I was like, unfortunately, this is really delicious. Right, Toad sings Frank Sinatra's My Way. Oh. Thank you, reduced fat Goku. You like Burger King? I can't get into Burger King. The chicken's fine, but like the burgers are so bad. Speak, man.
3 different features. The hip boppers Hip boppers.
The penguin again.
Hibbobbers. The hibble blobblers. From what I could tell, they were essentially just bobbleheads. The rock and rollers, where you would roll them and they would dance in some way, like move their head or waddle. And the spotlights, where you'd press their nose and the LEDs would glow. My Burger King eye turtle is a rock and roller. His little head bobs in and out when he rolls. They all would come with stickers, and you were intended to stick them where the LEDs would normally go. It's very cute. I'm into it. The 2008 promo was entirely Halloween themed, and the iDog family was all dressing up to trick or treat. I got two of them, the iCat Princess and Robot, respectively. I don't like that they're so clearly gendered, but 2008, what are you gonna do? I just wanted the pink and blue one because it's my favorite color scheme. The idea is that you're supposed to punch out the shapes from the little box they come in and make a wearable costume with it, and that's fun. I would have loved that as a kid. Cute. I love the scale of the Burger King toys too. They're just so tiny. I love them. iCat, proud parent. iTurtle, proud parent.
Oh, on his back.
Wait. Oh.
I was lying! This is a KK Clue video! You think I'm just gonna leave out one of the mainline iDog products? You're wrong!
Okay, but seriously, this thing is actually incredibly rare, and I have my friend Rose to thank for finding one and letting me feature it in this video. Rose is also an amazingly talented artist.
Rose made all the iDog icon
stuff.
artwork.
For example, this kickin' Soundwave Surf and iDog pin. It totally rocks. Links in the description. Now that my lies are out of the way, we can talk about the iTurtle.
We'll say the meat is similar to sewage. Yeah, it is. It's pretty garbage.
Turtle makes. Okay.
Good nerves.
So here it goes. The iTurtle sounds like a dolphin. The LEDs are on its shell and they wiggle their little head, and I love them, and they're adorable and precious. But why does the shell move up and down? I don't really get that design decision. And when you press their little head down, it's a button, right? But they're so light that when you do it, their entire back half of their body comes up with it. Like, it's just weirdly under-designed. You can understand why this one is so rare. I can't imagine it sold well. It was already so far into the iDog's lifespan that people were getting bored of it at that point. It doesn't help that the iTurtle is very unexceptional. So let's move on. Okay, so you remember earlier when I was talking about the iDog soft speaker and I commended Hasbro for retaining all of the functionality instead of just going the easy route by making it just like a pillow? Okay, so in 2009, they literally did that. Hasbro's final fart in the tub for the iDog franchise.
Final fart in the tub.
Speaker that was just shaped like an iDog and didn't have any iDog functionality.
What a good sentence.
What was the point? And that was actually it. That was the last thing they ever made in the iDog franchise. Why did this lame plush have to be the last hurrah? It's so sad. I'm sure you all are wondering one thing at this point in the video. Can you plug in all of the iDog products at once and create an iDog symphony? Well, let's find out.
Oh my god, I'm seated. This should be the... I know it's not gonna be, but they should have played the song that plays at the end of Portal 2, the little turret symphony. That would have been fucking peak. That would have been cinema. But what's it sound like in person? This is amazing. I like the little Burger King toy. That is a lot of USBs to buy. I like how he also has the original iPod too, or one of the iPods. I wish we could go back to iPods.
Special thanks to my brother Ian
because I know that it's just not efficient to go back to iPods and everything. But like the iPod Nano was objectively one of like the best looking devices ever made, and I never had one. I had the iPod Mini, like the little rectangular one, and it was cool, but it didn't have a screen on it, so obviously lame and boring. But I had one of those. And I really wanted to have like one of the colored iPod Nanos. Oh my god, those things were sleek. I still think. Have I seen the one video, the fish one speaking Chinese? No. What? What? iPod fish speaking Chinese. I'm not seeing it. No, iDog. Oh. iDog, speaking Chinese. I am not finding him on YouTube. Do not see it. Video do I want to watch next? Let's watch the Dragon Ball Evolution video. Thank you, Planet Clue. Your contributions will never be forgotten.
I didn't grow up with Dragon Ball.
Shut up, Cody from Alt History Hub or Pointless Hub. I like this guy. I have not seen this video yet.
I didn't grow up with Dragon Ball.
You need to leave.
I know. I'll box my things up and leave the building. So many young boys grew up watching Goku power up week after week, and I was not one of them. I was watching like Chalk Zone or Dave the Barbarian. For kid me, Dragon Ball was one of those things that just existed in the background. I knew Goku was a thing, but what he even did, I couldn't tell ya.
What the fuck is
even when
this?
I got into anime in the early 2010s.
The fucking Andrew Garfield?
I still didn't watch Dragon Ball. It was that time when the golden age had come and gone. None of my friends were into it.
Hey,
the only anime
Red vs.
one
Blue.
friend ever recommended to me was Girls und Panzer.
Insanely fucking based, insanely good anime. Everyone should watch Girls in Panzer right now.
Also Zoids. The first time I watched anything Dragon Ball, I was 22. Another friend showed me Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods, which
What's this? This is Dragon Ball Evolution, the worst adaptation ever by Pointless Hub.
Sight is like such a bad way to introduce someone to Dragon Ball. What was he thinking? I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I guess I liked it because that got me into Dragon Ball. My brother and I spent our early 20s becoming new Dragon Ball fans. I went through the original series and DBZ twice, GT once. I watched Super as that was airing live, and even saw some of the movies, like everyone's favorite, Bio Broly. My point here is that I remember a time when I had no idea what Dragon Ball even was. I didn't know about Bulma or Jackie Chan.
I will be honest, I have watched maybe 5 episodes of Dragon Ball ever.
Or Poir. I didn't know what the Dragon Balls even did.
Shonen has never appealed to me aside from
but
like...
I guarantee...
Shonen has appealed to me for like... What the fuck is that show? Soul Eater. And Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Aside from that, Shonen never really appealed to me.
If you told me back then to make a
My Hero
Dragon Ball
Academia.
movie,
I also like
I wouldn't have made Goku a suburban white kid who goes to high school.
Dragon Ball... Cinderella gay. Cinderella Grey is Shonen. Oh, fuck. I need to watch Cinderella Grey. I need to watch all of Uma Musume. Oh, but Len, when are we doing Uma Musume nights in Discord? Shut up.
Evolution. Oh god. You don't even need to have watched Dragon Ball before in your life to tell this is an abomination. And if you still can't tell, I'm gonna say why. I'm gonna be honest.
That's supposed to be Piccolo?
I didn't even know this movie came out in 2009. I didn't hear about it until years later, and that was in a Rebel Taxi video. I always assumed this was for, like,
Mods.
TV, like that Ben 10.
Remove Texan's right arm, place it beneath his left arm, and then take his left arm and place it on his right thigh. Thank you. Barco, remove your right arm and place it beneath your left arm, and then take your left arm and place it on your right thigh. Thank you.
Movie. Then I found out this was actually in theaters.
Oh,
holy shit.
I would have killed
I can't
to go
imagine
see this.
what the reaction would have even been back then. I can't even
Eventually.
imagine anyone being disappointed by the end
I'm in a
product,
follow-a-thon. I
because
stream
just
as often
seeing
as
this poster is
I stream as often as I can. I haven't had time to fucking do a fucking anime night. I stream when I'm available.
disappointing already. Live-action adaptations of cartoons are such a waste bin of a genre. Other than, like,
True.
Speed Racer, the greatest film of all time, these movies
I never
are
watched
nothing
that.
more than a Russian roulette of quality.
Garf.
But the revolver has every bullet, and you're gonna be grateful for that, because you're watching Underdog. It's actually an impressive
liked
feat
Underdog.
to be among
Did
these
I like
low
Underdog? I feel
points
like
of
I did.
cinema, and somehow be worse than all of them. This just isn't a Dragon Ball movie. It shares nothing in
Why
common
is there a
with the
Camaro
actual
in a Dragon
series
Ball movie?
other than having humans with the same names. Also, there are Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball isn't just a series with people fighting each other.
Garf.
It's a world. Those earliest chapters with Kid Goku, and really the original Dragon Ball series in general, is probably my favorite fictional world. I don't love Dragon Ball just because of the fighting. I love Dragon Ball because there can be a cat at the top of a giant tower who sounds like he chain smokes a pack a day. How do you translate that to live action? Even if someone was dressed exactly as Goku, it would always look like a cosplay. It was always a losing
honestly.
battle. But man, did they fuck it up in the funniest way. It's that time of year again, the time we all know and love, crippling winter weather. Hi, I'm
Crippling
Chef
winter
Bobby
weather.
Boobadelli, and I'm trapped inside by 10 feet of snow. Why did I build a restaurant in rural Manitoba? I'll never know. My ex-wife was right. Anyway, I'm out of ingredients, and I can't cook at all. Luckily, I'm not out of the select meals from the sponsor of
Factor.
today's video, Factor. Factor
Factor.
delivers delicious cooked meals right to your door. All you gotta do
To
is
my door.
microwave them for 2 minutes, and you're ready to go. You don't even need to be a professional chef like yours truly. You just need
Amazing.
your own fingers and a box that shoots waves that are micro. Look what I got here. I got mushroom and onion cream pork chop. They also got all these other options, like barbecue sauce pulled pork. You can get calorie
That sounds
smart
kinda banging.
meals, gluten-free options, and now even Asian and Mediterranean meals.
What?
Oh look, the snow's collapsed a portion of my roof. That's not good. So why not try Factor out? It's an easy way to have home-cooked meals for those that don't
That's
have
really
the
smooth
time to
animation.
cook. Click the link in the description.
One Punch
and
Man
use my
Season
code
3 would be
Pointless
jealous.
Hub FB50 to get 50% off, plus free breakfast for 1 year.
Free breakfast
Now,
for
if you
a
don't
year?
mind me, I have to quickly seal up this hole before the wolves come and drag me away into the cold winter night.
I'm hunting
I love
you,
the
Cody.
holidays.
I'm coming
So,
for you.
you know those long sleeve grunge shirts from 2005?
Oh,
The
God.
ones that have tribal symbols and skulls? That's Goku in Dragon Ball Evolution.
Oh.
Why the hell is this guy's name Goku? He looks like he'd be named Zack. Or Cody. Maybe he has a sweet life. Goku goes to high school and deals with bullies.
Make me pay, Geeko.
Little do they know that he's much more unique than the other guys. His grandpa beats him on a daily basis.
Why did he go head first
That's
into
why
a fucking
Goku's
watermelon?
constantly sulking. Oh wait, it's because he doesn't have a girlfriend.
Teach me how to get the girl.
Yes, sulking over not having a date. A very Goku trait we all know and love. He just doesn't act like Goku.
You got incelled.
But you know
You got
what?
black-pilled.
I could forgive the complaining. I could forgive the lack of muscle. But one thing I cannot forgive is Goku actually paying attention to Chi-Chi. That's an unforgivable sin. I cannot think of a less Goku
Oh my
moment
God.
than
Oh
him
my
sitting
God.
in a classroom looking over at his crush and having fantasies about her straight out of the fucking Goofy movie. Okay, look. Just because something isn't exactly like the source material, it doesn't mean it's always bad. If a movie or show does something actually interesting that validates the change, I'm alright with that. Dragon Ball Evolution does not do that. Dragon Ball Evolution does nothing. Usually I try to find something.
What the fuck was that? Why did he do that? The girl in the Goofy movie was honestly, what's her name? Roxanne? Something like that? I get it. I get why Max was having those fantasies. I understand. Why did he make him eat a beetle? That was really mean of you, Goku. Son Goku.
Anything positive in even the worst movies. And I tried, and I failed. There's just nothing redeeming about Dragon Ball Evolutions. This is not just a bad adaptation. This just isn't an adaptation at all. Alright, so after impressing Chi-Chi with his hot air, Goku gets invited to her mansion that looks like an actual place that people live in, and not a set at all.
Looks like a Playboy mansion.
We went to get you a tighter shirt. There isn't a tighter shirt. We checked.
I'm imagining that the Ox King in this world is just
Shia
like
LaBeouf is in
the
this
owner
movie?
of a few local car dealerships. One thing that's just baffling is that while there is fighting here, it's not like Dragon Ball fighting. There's martial arts, there's ki, but the way it's implemented is just off. Why are they breakdancing? Dragon Ball Evolution adapts things from literally everything that isn't Dragon Ball. Grandpa Gohan is just Mr. Miyagi and Uncle Ben blended together. The whole opening is simply Karate Kid, where our down-on-his-luck everyman deals with bullies, can only use his fighting and self-defense, and even has a secret connection with the girlfriend of his biggest bully. Ooh.
I'm not saying that Chi-Chi's a stupid name. I'm just saying that it's not normal.
This is the Karate Kid for 20 minutes.
He got the girl after that? Got the girl after that? What? Why did he say that? Why would he say that to her? The fuck did he mean by this?
Minutes and then Mr. Miyagi explodes. All the advice Grandpa Gohan gives is just the most generic coming-of-age hero slop.
Yeah, what the fuck was that,
before.
Goku?
Normal is also
Your name's fucking
overrated.
Goku. What do
Believe
you
in
mean it's a
yourself.
weird
There
name?
are no rules. The power was inside you all along. The emotional core of this movie is Goku losing his ChatGPT spawned advice. The way Gohan dies is just so funny.
God, he dies.
So Goku gets invited to Chi-Chi's party, right? Fights the bullies, real cool stuff. But then after looking at the moon, he suddenly remembers, oh fuck, it's my birthday, and my grandpa's birthday too.
Something's wrong with my grandpa. What?
They share a birthday and this guy just forgot. But his grandpa didn't. Look how sad he is. He had a cake ready and everything.
What the
and
fuck,
Goku
man?
just ditched him for some Chi-Chi. His grandpa died disappointed that he didn't show up for his birthday cake.
What the fuck, man? Why
Honestly,
would you
that's
do
kind of
that?
better than how the real Gohan went out. The fact Goku did this to his grandpa is just never brought up by anyone. The movie just forgets. Goku certainly did. We just move along. Gohan is dead, and Piccolo killed him. Oh yeah, King Piccolo is the big bad here. Not that
Green Goblin.
Piccolo. King Piccolo. The one kid Goku killed by speedrunning through his chest. 2,000 years ago, King Piccolo and the Namekians invaded Earth and almost destroyed everything before he was defeated. Well, now he's back, and he looks better than ever. 2,000 years ago is like Roman times. A long time ago, sure, but we have first-person accounts that still survive to this day. The Romans' legacy permeates throughout the Western world. Hell, even the myths older than the Romans still survived through writing or oral history. So it's just really funny that in Dragon Ball Evolution, the Namekians almost destroyed the entire planet, like global battles to fend off this alien invasion.
Yeah, Walter
And
White's in this
nobody
movie
knows
too.
What the Goku is talking about.
Namex.
Yeah, they're an alien race that nearly destroyed Earth over...
This wasn't some secret conflict. The exposition was pretty clear on that. Yet everyone just thinks Goku's crazy when he brings up the Namekians. This just breaks the world so badly. An event like this would have transformed cultures and history. It at least would have influenced mythology or legend. Maybe Piccolo would have been seen as like a goblin. I don't know. But no, everyone is just genuinely confused. Like they
Why
have
do they all
never
look
heard
like
the
that?
word
What
Namekian
classroom looks
before
like
in their
this?
life. And that's the most fascinating thing about the world of Dragon Ball Evolution. There just isn't one. Imagine if the Avatar movie just decided to ditch the four nations entirely. Instead, Aang is from Toledo, Ohio. He goes to high school with Katara and Sokka. Nobody knows what bending is. And when people do fight, the fight system's just entirely wrong. At least The Last Airbender looked like it came out in 2010. This feels like it came out in 2002 on the Disney Channel. After Gohan explodes, Goku meets Bulma. And true to her character, she tries to shoot him in the face immediately. Bulma has
Oh my
blue
god,
hair.
is this true?
Singular.
Did she
has
do
a
that?
Singular blue hair. Look, I don't mind Bulma not having blue hair. I'm just baffled why she has this hairstyle at all. What were they even going for here? Is this meant to be vaguely anime? She looks like she came straight from a trailer park and smokes a pack a day. Bulma is just nothing. She's a girl with a gun. She's constantly serious. She's
like,
written like she's a secret agent or post-apocalyptic survivor.
Black Widow.
Last night a thief broke into my father's company, the Capsule Corporation.
And that's just so boring. And this Bulma isn't even really that much of a genius. She didn't know there was more than one Dragon Ball, I guess. Okay, so let's break this down. Bulma thinks Goku stole her Promethean orb and tries to shoot him. She thinks only the 5-star ball exists, but Dodoy idiot, there's more. Well, it turns out she had a Dragon Ball locator the entire time.
What?
So how the fuck did she not know there were more Dragon Balls? She then says she plans to use all of the Dragon Balls as an unlimited source of energy, like she didn't just find out there were more of them 5 seconds ago. The vehicles and tech of Dragon Ball are just one of those things that give the series so much character. So of course, Bulma whips out a tripod motorcycle. And so our two heroes ride off like pensioners cruising down Lakeland, Florida. Speaking of old people, Master Roshi. He's not old. He's just a middle-aged guy. He's not even that perverted.
Oh, cringe.
The
That's
casting
Master
here is just
Roshi?
baffling, because while Roshi is somehow too young, Yamcha is somehow too old. This supposed young adult is played by an ex-K-pop star that at the time was in his 40s. Who does this man think he's fooling?
Well, everything happens for a reason, bro. Got that one from daytime TV.
They even try this romantic connection between him and Bulma. Genuinely impressive that the soup is cold and the salad is hot. How did you manage that? So, all we have is a group of strange, inconsistent weirdos. A goth girl, a middle-aged man, another middle-aged man in a midlife crisis, and a school shooter. Honestly, the most normal person in this entire movie is Chi-Chi. Even then, that's just because she's a generic high school girl that can fight. Why is she fighting herself? What is happening? So, King Piccolo and his sidekick Mai want to find the Dragon Balls, and it's up to our gang to stop them, right? Why is Mai working for Piccolo? Why does she have shape-shifting abilities? Who can say? If they win, Piccolo will get unlimited power and use the monster Ozaru to destroy the world. I wonder who the monster Ozaru is.
I will defeat Ozaru.
You will become Ozaru.
Wow. Anyone that's ever watched Dragon Ball knows that Goku turns into Ozaru, or like he did before he got his tail chopped off.
I didn't know that.
Imagine if you had no idea what Dragon Ball was. From your perspective, the main generic guy just became a monkey for literally no reason at all. There is never an explanation for this. It doesn't even matter anyway because Goku can just will himself out of the monkey form. Even if you didn't know Dragon Ball, you would still know that's just bullshit. A werewolf just can't go, oh yeah, I don't want to be a werewolf anymore, and go back to normal.
First rule is, there are no rules.
When I first watched this, I was just confused because the movie is edited so badly. I didn't know if I was watching a montage or a flashback, but apparently it was Goku turning back into himself, and they didn't even bother to animate it. They just reversed the footage. I actually found another baffling budget-saving thing, by the way. So, in a dream sequence, Goku dreams of the world ending, right? Did you catch it? At first I was like, wait a second, let me play it a little bit slower. Right there. Do you know what that's from? They straight up reused a clip from another movie.
What?
That's a clip from Independence Day.
Oh my god.
Just incredible, 20th Century Fox. Rest in peace. So, there's a lot of questions here. The main one being, what the fuck happened? Why does it look like this? Why does Goku do a Kamehameha and move forward while shooting it? Like, that's not how this shit works. A lot of questions need to be answered. Who's responsible? Culprit one, the budget, 30 million. Making a live-action Dragon Ball movie is already a bad idea. Making one with $30 million is just impossible. Hell, the actor for King Piccolo, James Marsters, only signed on because he thought it was going to be a more expensive project, like $100 million or something. Then he was sent to Durango, Mexico. Yeah, this wasn't filmed in Los Angeles, or Vancouver, or hell, even Georgia. This was filmed in Durango, Mexico, in an abandoned factory. They made him do his own stunts. Alright, so I get $30 million isn't a lot for something like Dragon Ball.
How much money did this movie
make? If you want to do something accurate, you need to whip out that Man of Steel budget. But at the same time, I'm just kind of confused. $30 million is still nothing to sneeze at. So many movies have been made around the same budget, or even less, and they look 10 times better in every way. There really aren't that many crazy effects
didn't know what
in
they were
Dragon
doing.
Ball Evolution. It's mainly just people talking and
$2
going from
dodos.
one cheap set to the other. And green screens. Very poorly done green screens. The budget didn't make the fight choreography suck. Kung Fu Hustle was made with $10 million less, and it looks like this. Movies can have mid-sized budgets and look professional. There is really no excuse
He's
for
fighting
it looking
himself.
like
He's
this.
fighting his phone.
Freddie Wong had better special effects and cinematography too on YouTube in 2011. Hell, this feels like a YouTube video, a fan film that was just not made by fans at all. Which brings me to culprit number 2, James Wong. I don't really know what went wrong with James Wong here. He directed Final Destination 1 and 3.
They got the director for fucking Final Destination on this shit? Did this like fucking nuke his career or something? I've not heard of James Wong. I mean, I'm not a big movie guy, but like I also definitely wasn't a big movie guy back when this was coming out. What the fuck happened to James Wong?
Just fine, but my god did he misfire. He was just not suited to this task at all. It was his decision to incorporate hip-hop and dance moves into the fight choreography. He wasn't even a fan of Dragon Ball before getting brought on.
Oh
but why
my
did
God.
they bring in a director?
Why do companies do this? This is my biggest gripe with fucking live-action remakes or adaptations. So, shit like Halo and like Fallout or whatever. I don't know if Fallout was a victim of this. I haven't watched the show, nor am I like a big person who has, or like a big Fallout fan. But like, why do writers and directors get brought on when they are not fans of the show or the game? I mean, if they're not fans of the game they're adapting. Like, the fucking Halo show was so god-awful. And they were like prided themselves on having never played the game. I don't know how you make an adaptation, especially of a world that is so rich in lore like Halo, and you get brought in, and the first fucking thing that you are told to do is not play through every fucking Halo game. Tony Gilroy wasn't a fan of Star Wars. He made Star Wars Rogue. Yeah, but like, that is like an exception, not like the standard. Depends. They want industry connections. Hillary Jones, they also want to do what works in America. Yeah, but like, it doesn't work. That's the thing. And it's the same thing every time. Every time. Except obviously the fucking Star Wars idea where those shows, those projects were better than the, like, what was happening at the time anyway. But like, Halo was so fucking bad. Halo was like embarrassingly bad. And yet they have like the Borderlands movie, and wasn't that one? I mean, I could be wrong on this. I don't know if it's allegedly. It's not. This isn't a crime. It should be. But you know, such inflated budgets that studios play it safe and stick to cliches. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They keep thinking that they're gonna get saved by IP alone. I mean, that Borderlands movie was so bad. Like, nobody saw the Borderlands movie. And all of the characters were played by, like, people 40 years older than the characters that they were playing. But, like, wasn't the Borderlands movie written by a bunch of people who said, oh, yeah, we never played Borderlands? And then the Halo show was written by a bunch of people who were like, oh, yeah, we never played the Halo games. Halo is such a complicated fucking story to adapt if you don't know it. You can't just be like, oh yeah, the Master Chief fights aliens. It's like, no, it's a lot fucking deeper than that. And then Borderlands, I don't even fucking like Borderlands, but that fucking world seems fucking crazy if you don't know what you're doing. That whole game's a fucking mess. Not like in a bad way, like the game's all over the place. That's what I mean. It's just like, I'm not calling Borderlands a bad series. It's not my thing. But you have these worlds that need, if they're going to be adapted, you need to take care of it and respect the world you're adapting, and clearly they're not showing it. Is it the Last of Us show? At least that one had some scenes taken directly from the game, so clearly someone gave a shit about it. And people actually liked that show. But I know people dog on Fallout. People, obviously, me included, dog on the Halo show. People didn't even care to watch the Borderlands show. People just don't show the video games the fucking any respect. And it's so fucking annoying. I can't stand it. Fucking put me in charge of a fucking Halo live action show, and then I'll just get Hidden Xperia on board, and I'll just have him as my lore consultant.
Who barely knew the material. One who thought this was cool and acceptable, while the director they originally had in mind, Stephen Chow, dropped out. And his name even being associated with the project held a lot of weight. Like, it's one of the main reasons King Piccolo even signed on. Really? But that was a rug pull. Chow dropped out of having any real creative control because the script was just that garbage.
Wait, what has Stephen Chow? I don't recognize his name. What has he done? Stephen Chow. What movies has he worked on? My Hero, Long. No. Not the director for not the director for Dragon Ball. This is the different guy. This is Stephen Chow, not James Wong. James Wong did Final Destination 1 and 3. James Chow. From Beijing with Love. Oh my god, King of Comedy. Holy shit, Journey to the West? Oh my god, I can see why. I can see why he would have signed on for that. Yeah, this dude knew what he was doing. What the fuck?
Which brings us to culprit number 3, the script. The writer of this movie apologized to the fans for its existence.
Oh
wow.
My god.
And you know what? I get it. This was a movie that was so bad, it encouraged Toriyama to return to Dragon Ball, to mixed results. Hey, I still like the Tournament of Power, alright? Sue me. With a script like this, there was just no salvaging the movie.
Oh,
the writer, Ben Ramsey, never wrote another major project ever again. But here's the thing. This wasn't the script he wrote. I mean, he did write it. His name is in the credits. But this wasn't his original vision. You see, while Ben Ramsey did technically write the story, he wasn't the one that had the final say. The one that had the final say was 20th Century Fox. Culprit number 4, 20th Century Fox. Rest in peace. What a shock. The biggest culprit was the studio the entire time. And it's not just because they basically tricked the cast into signing
Android, what's the pink one? Android 21? Where did she come from? Did she come from that video game? Like, I remember her popping off in popularity.
For a movie they thought was going to be actually well-funded and then sent them off to an empty factory in Mexico. It's not even just because they hired a director who didn't know the material at all. It's because they utterly destroyed the story with rewrites and meddling.
First rule I don't have a particular attraction to Dragon Ball characters, just like not my cup of tea, but like Android 21's kind of does it for me.
Rules. Originally, the movie was going to have the Dragon Ball world, or something close to it, with all the land being one single continent. Dragon Balls and Piccolo were just kind of thought of as a myth. Goku actually tells his grandpa he wants to go to a party for his birthday instead of just ghosting him. There's more actual Dragon Ball characters too. Mai works for Pilaf in this version. The script has Puar. The earlier drafts of the script were actually faithful, or well, more faithful than the thing we got. Somehow each rewrite stripped away something interesting about the story. So what happened? I'm just a silly internet man, I don't have all the answers. But I have a feeling the answer is just the executives. Some faceless executives whittled this thing down with stupid notes.
Never watched Dragon Ball. I
until we
watched
ended
maybe
up
5
with something
episodes.
that was passable for some boomer
Human
that
21
never
or
saw
Majin?
an anime before in their life. Then, because they didn't even have
like them
faith
both,
that
honestly.
the boomers would see this in
Kinda like Human
theaters,
21 a
they
little
gave
more.
it the smallest budget possible. It's often said that the writer of Dragon Ball Evolution apologized for the script that he wrote. And he did, for a time. Until 2 years ago, when he rescinded that apology. And I don't blame him. Whether for budgetary reasons or they just didn't care, they took this pretty alright
handshake.
script, I mean it's not perfect, and
It's a
stripped
deal.
everything away until we had a confusing mess. So why did he ever apologize in the first place?
Probably
Why
wanted
didn't
another
he just
chance at
blame
Hollywood.
The executives. It's the movie industry.
Yeah.
He wanted to keep his job. What do you think would have happened if he blamed the studio for destroying the script? He would have been blacklisted. This movie killed careers. Goku and Bulma at least landed on their feet for a little while, ending up on Shameless. It's really funny, you can just pretend this whole series is just an extension of Dragon Ball Evolution. James Wong never worked on another major film ever again. He was an up-and-coming director with the Final Destination movies, and after this, he was banished to TV. His most recent work is on the hit show 911. I feel sorry for Ben Ramsey most of all, though. Okay, maybe not most of all, King Piccolo got literally injured in Durango, Mexico, but for years, this shit show was placed squarely on him. He apologized to take the brunt of the hatred, and it still didn't even save his career.
That really
the movie
sucks.
was so
I feel bad for these
he was effectively
poor people.
blacklisted anyway.
He just took these
because
roles.
who wants to hire the guy who wrote Dragon Ball Evolution?
Make me pay Giko.
You know, I don't blame him for taking back that apology. It's really inspiring. Makes me want to take back an apology of my own. Hey IRS.
Yeah?
Remember that time I apologized for not filing my taxes?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, I take it back. Fuck you.
Oh, they're gonna kill him. Oh god, Cody from Alt History Hub. No, he's gonna die. No. You mess with the IRS? No, thank you. Let's do the bizarre Garf ride. Let's Garf it up in here. Are you guys feeling Garfy? Oh. Garf. Only real Garfers in chat. Garfield's Nightmare. Evan Perger. Bing!
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of.
Garfield.
Picnics.
Oh.
While picnics have been a French pastime for over a century, Americans did not begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then it was almost...
Americans. What if we ate outside? It's gonna take us at least a few hundred years to think of that one.
exclusively for the upper class.
Garfield's
By
Nightmare is the name of a DS game.
People
Seriously?
of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe somebody would bring a guitar and play some tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some alone time. Maybe some guy in a boat would row by to watch. Everyone loves a picnic.
That's crazy.
And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular
Schittsburg.
picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of
Who
a
the
farm
fuck is
owned
Kenny?
by a man named Anthony Kenny. Located southeast of Pittsburgh in the Mifflin Township, Kenny's Grove was a popular picnic location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would
Wow,
become
he pronounced
so
that really
popular
well.
in the latter half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout
Who's got
the
they
United States,
Kennywood?
and they were typically created to increase railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion.
It is actually really funny that the History Center here, credited in the source down here, is named fucking Heinz. Everything in fucking Pittsburgh is Heinz.
Casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, a carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride, named the Old Mill. The Old Mill was not a unique ride to Kennywood, but rather an entire category of amusement park ride. Old Mills are slow-moving boat rides, with no steep inclines or declines. The water in many of these rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old Mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seemed to sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th.
Cartoons made me think that the Tunnel of Love would be a much more prominent thing than it actually is. I don't think I've ever seen a Tunnel of Love in person. I don't know if I know of a Tunnel of Love. But the Tunnel of Love popped up so often in cartoons that I thought it was just a thing people did.
20th century.
Maybe when I find like a Tunnel of Love, that'll be when Mrs. Meringue makes herself known.
In World's Fairs, State Fairs,
The Bermuda
trolley parks,
Triangle.
and amusement parks, and their reputation
Bermuda
soon became
Triangle
a
had
marketing
crazy
ploy,
aura, though.
with more and more Old Mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at
Sexual!
Kennywood was one of the first Old Mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as
Tunnel
a
of
Tunnel of
Love.
Love, local couples found
Tunnel
that it
of
worked just
Love.
the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes
Hold
and
on. Is this going to tell me that there's a fucking Garfield Tunnel of Love? There's no fucking shot that someone's about to tell me that there's a Tunnel of Love based on the Garf, right? That's not what you're about to tell me, Defunct Land. Fucking John Defunct. Your area has one of those every... What? They still exist? I thought that was like... I thought it was made up. No way. Googling this. Well, I'm looking into this. Google. Tunnel of Love. Do Tunnel of Love still exist? That's a video game. Like a neighborhood. What? Dire Straits Tunnel of Love. That's not what I'm looking for. I looked up Tunnel of Love and it says best 10 adult shops near you. What did they mean by this? I'm guessing it doesn't actually exist anymore. At least not for me.
Relays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats, then to the canals of Venice, and later to the Panama Canal, which at the time was an extremely topical theme as the actual Panama Canal had just debuted. After the Panama Canal theme, the Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge and then the Fairyland floats again, before returning to its classic name, the Old Mill. In 1922,
I like the idea of someone being like, the Panama Canal is very topical because it just got built. We better name a ride after it. Like, imagine if they fucking made a Tunnel of Love and they're like, we're naming this the Dakota Pipeline.
ride underwent a refurbishment and received a new facade to appear more like a New England mill, and had its ride system overhauled and enlarged. Arguably the biggest change to the Old Mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on fire and burned to the ground, being rebuilt for the 1926 season and receiving new theming with comic supplement characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer Kids, and Jiggs and Maggie. In 1936, the Old Mill was redecorated again with 8 new theatrically lit pictures. Another major refurbishment.
So it's not even like on a boat? It's just like a neighborhood? You can like drive through it?
The Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment featured 7 well-known characters from comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King, Tarzan, Gulliver, and Little Henry. In 1957, the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a kangaroo in Australia, a tiger in Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole.
What?
The loading area was also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for guests in the queue, which was
where are the
apparently auctioned off
monkeys?
just 1 month before I started writing this
No!
video, although it sold for $2,300,
Oh.
which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974
First for
season,
everything,
the Old
brother.
Mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date, becoming Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This retheme
Wow.
sent riders through an Old West ghost
Take
town
that,
with
Triple H,
comical
you
and
just got
frightening
outdone.
scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some of these figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3 circles. In the center of these, outdoor show scenes were constructed, with parts of the tunnel being removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside. There are also 4 show buildings where dark ride scenes have been placed. Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway, the Old Mill
Stop saying
continued to
it!
be known for one thing. Kenny Wood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle.
I don't think anyone was cuddling on that tunnel, brother.
You're a little bit nervous about getting on the Old Mill with the girl the first time because you might end up getting slapped, but you also might end up getting, you know, a snuggle.
He's way too fucking happy about that snuggle, man. He's way too fucking happy about that. You got to tone it down. You can't be showing that much emotion. You look over, you're a kind young lady on a date with your mans, and it's the first time you guys have been alone together. And you look over as you go into the tunnel of love, and you look over and you see a man making that face at you. Get Majin 21 on that on that ride. Get me on the ride now! I was about to make a bad joke about Aru and I, but no one needs to hear that. It's a joke only for me. Only I would laugh at that. And Aru, of course. Aru would laugh at everything because she's so lovely and wonderful. I'm going to make a quick run to the bathroom, so enjoy this Pokemon music again real quick. You don't understand. She's stretchy. She's stretchy. Interesting. Okay, I'll be right back. Barco, keep watch over this hour, Tarts. Make sure they don't hurt themselves. I return to thee. Bada bing, bada boom. Put me back inside the room. Dale. Hello, 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 hello. Who up defuncting they land right now?
In 1984, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette did a feature on the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said,
15!
quote, everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should.
Oh, we shouldn't have. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, man? Are we fucking? You know what? Maybe we should just restart the human race. I think that'd be a good idea. I think that's a fine idea, actually. Let's just start over. Just run it back. Jesus fucking Christ.
See, some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them.
What?
61-year-old Ellen Ammon, recalling her old mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys would bring string onto the ride. In the dark portions, they would brush the string along the necks of girls to convince them that there were spiders and water snakes in the tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror. Another common occurrence.
These motherfuckers, what do you mean? What do you mean? They tell them there's snakes in the water. You tell them there's snakes in the water so the girls will stay closer to them? What the fuck, man? How dare you show ankles, you absolute hussy harlot. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Was seeing couples buttoning up their shirts while exiting the attraction.
Oh, come on. What the fuck? Shut up.
In the old mill was met with an increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with.
I cannot imagine you take a girl on a date hoping to sin in front of the eyes of God, and then there's this motherfucker just waving at you. Hey guys, how you enjoying the ride?
A flashlight and a disapproving.
Leave room for Jesus.
They would rarely intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off.
Knock it off. It would have been hilarious if they armed them with like a fucking air horn. So, you know, like the guy goes to like, you know, make a move like he's in Grease, like John Travolta trying to, you know, like unbutton Cindy's shirt, whatever her name is. I can't remember her actress's name. I also can't remember fucking John Travolta's character's name in that movie. But like he goes to like unbutton her top and just
One point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bag and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any
the naked buttocks. What is happening? What was happening?
rider, they were to smack them with the bat. This was very.
Did you call her Cindy? Is her not? Oh, it's Sandy, isn't it? When a guy tells him to stop. He's like, he's gonna stop making fun of me. It's Sandy, isn't it? It's not Cindy, is it? You're so, shut up, Knives. Sorry, I'm not a fucking musical theater nerd like some people around here.
Effective.
I can't believe the bra. That's crazy. Look at his face. Look at his shit-eating grin. Oh my god. He's like, hey, fellas, you're gonna stop fucking going to Pound Town? You're gonna enjoy the ride.
And almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey. This solution was actually...
They should have had photographers so that if they caught him, it's just like, choo, 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 choo. And then they're like, hey, hand us your ideas so we can show this to your parents. This is about Garfield, yeah? We're fucking 7 minutes in, he hasn't mentioned the Garf once.
Quite popular in old mills, as this photo from a different...
How dare somebody...
proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without...
I'm sorry to keep fucking pausing, but holy shit, a fucking PA system? Hey, Flamingo B3. Quit that shit. Put that dick away right now.
Having to assault them in the dark. Hard-headed Harold's horrendously humorous understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1992, reverting back to the Old Mill but keeping the rest of the theming. As the Old Mill entered the 2000s, officially celebrating its 100th
This is
birthday,
ridiculous. This is the
Kennywood
greatest
was
video
weighing the
ever.
Pros and cons of the ride. Due to its age and design, the attraction required a lot of maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the
I'm
park.
sure it took a lot of
Kennywood is
maintenance.
well known for constantly
I'm sure they
building
had to
new
shock that
attractions
water
and
quite
creating new
often.
Experiences to push locals to come back each
Is that
season.
fucking
So it was
that
not
was Spy
outsourced
Kids
and
3.
creating new experiences
That had to
to
be
push
Spy Kids.
locals.
I think that's fucking. Oh no, it's
come
not.
back
I thought it
each
was Spy
season.
Kids
So
2.
it was not out of the question to tear down the Old Mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park. And few,
Tear it down,
if any,
replace it
wanted
with the
to see
cum
park's
tunnel.
oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the Old Mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a
Look at this fucking image, please. Just fucking bask in the aura. Holy shit. Everybody sit the fuck down. I hope you kept your fucking virginities intact because this motherfucker's about to steal your girl.
powerful cat named Garfield.
Oh!
Garfield is a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters quickly found their ways into the comic section.
Who the fuck is Lyman?
Of newspapers across the country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity,
I know this is such a fucking nothing burger, and it literally matters to nobody but me, but the phrase batting 1,000 should not be written like this. 1,000 in, like, batting 1,000 is 1.000. It's not 1,000. It's such a fucking nothing complaint. But it's, for a fucking nerd, stat-watching nerd, it means a lot to me.
1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including toys,
Yes, you know
books,
something about that,
video
huh,
games,
Knives?
TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being
I'm not
on
the one
everything
who
from
rises
tea
to the
kettles to
occasion.
lava lamps, he was noticeably absent.
Well,
from amusement
duh.
parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as a mascot. Disney had Mickey Mouse and Friends. Universal had Woody Woodpecker. Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang. And Six Flags had the Looney Tunes.
Len sounds
Garfield's
cool as
omission
hell.
from the medium was not lost on his creator. In
Sounds like a
1988,
dashing,
when asked
handsome
if Garfield would
lemon
enter
wolf.
the theme park business,
He's
Davis
also
said,
very
quote,
charming.
I wouldn't touch
Goes on
it.
rants about
Never.
the younglings. Yeah.
And that's the history of
Davis is
Garfield
80.
and
Still
theme
gets comics. Really? I didn't know Jim Davis was still alive.
Wait, 8 years later, he changed his mind. Wonder why. In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex.
Why didn't Garfield
and at the
ever
heart of the park
sponsor an
would be
IndyCar?
Garfield's universe,
If he's from
a
Indiana.
land dedicated to the character.
Garfield's universe. How powerful is this cat?
It would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's
Why is
Picnic
Garfield
Coaster,
blue?
a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie
They're
Time
dead.
Slide,
They fucking
Irma's
just died.
Diner, and Mama Leone's restaurant, which would
Mama
serve,
Leone.
of course,
Mama Luigi.
lasagna.
That is
The park was
that is some fucking god awful lasagna. Holy shit. Hold on. Go back to that. What am I looking at? That is a bunch of fucking white bread with some fucking ragu. Holy shit. Oh my god.
The park was planned to open in 1990.
Wait. Also, back to the fucking lasagna that fucking atrocious garbage that I just witnessed. That cheese is fucking yellow. I don't know your Garfield. I know that's... No, I don't. My exposure to Garfield was the Bill Murray movie and the Garf channel in the Discord. Why is that cheese yellow? Did they put fucking American cheese in that lasagna? What the fuck is this? Altoona style pizza? You guys know Altoona... did I make my rant on Altoona style pizza yet? I don't know if I have. If I haven't, I'm about to go on a fucking rant about Altoona style pizza. Lenzania. Ooh, I should make a lasagna and call it Lenzania. Do it right now? Okay. So I want you guys to imagine the worst fucking slice of pizza you've ever imagined in your entire life, right? Like, it's probably something greasy. It's probably something with shit bread or something like that. And now I want you to crack a cold one. Fuck. Well, I have put lemon in it. Hey. Lemon would improve it. So I've had this drink next to me this whole night, but I haven't, I haven't drank any of it. So we're going to start drinking now. 3 hours into stream, I'm actually going to start drinking alcohol. So, yeah, like I said, imagine the worst fucking slice of pizza you've ever imagined. And then I want you to turn it up to 100. Oh my God, it's the first suggestion on my Google. So, Altoona style pizza. It's from Altoona, Pennsylvania. And it is... Imagine a pizza. Yes. Altoona style pizza, according to the shit Google. Oh, wow, I almost showed that on screen. That would have... We need to get rid of that. We need to... How about we don't have Len's fucking exact zip code on here? How about we do that? Altoona style pizza is a unique Pennsylvania specialty. Specialty? What the fuck am I? European? Specialty. Featuring a thick Sicilian-style crust, tomato sauce, salami, and green bell peppers, famously topped with yellow American cheese or Velveeta and cut into squares. I'm going to pull up an image of this right now. Going in my suicide note. Look at this fucking delicious slice. Is that not appetizing? Get the fuck out of here, EA Sports FC 26. Look at that motherfucker. Is that not the most appetizing pizza you've ever seen? Yummy. Yeah, good for the tummy, isn't it? Wow, that's just the greatest invention humanity has ever created. Looks like a high meal I'd eat. Knives, have some better standards for yourself, please. You can't eat regular bread, but you'd eat this fucking abomination. It's not worth it. My tummy is full. It's like school lunch pizza. I think it's worse than school lunch pizza. Not pizza. Yeah. I mean, it technically is pizza. It's just pizza with some bullshit. Like, what the fuck is this? The fucking bell pepper. School lunch pizza. Honestly, school lunch pizza was kind of pretty good. I'm not going to lie to you. My school had some good pizza. Stand on business. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh my God. Like, you can have peppers on pizza, right? But, like, roast them. Don't just put a fucking raw slab of it on that shit. What? Knives. Knives. Have some fucking self-respect, please. Have some self-respect. Do not. I'm begging you. I sent Knives a picture of the fucking bagel I made earlier because I made like a bacon, egg, and cheese on a cinnamon, or not a cinnamon, like an everything bagel. And I sent a picture to Knives, and she goes, "Give me that on a gluten-free bagel." And now she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna eat this fucking piece of bullshit you're showing me." You look like a woman who respects herself. Good point, but also have some respect. Please. As a human with a heartbeat and a history. Please. Airing my gluten sensitivity. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a sensitive topic. Like your gluten. God, I'm so fucking funny. You would risk it. You would risk it over this. You would risk it over this. This fucking garbage bullshit. There's no way. You had to have... Come on, please. Please tell me you're trolling me. You're fucking with me. You're fucking with me. There's no way you'd be like, send me recipe. It's literally just a Sicilian slice with a fucking Velveeta cheese and a raw bell pepper. Oh, no. This is, if we somehow reach the food combination stream, someone's going to be like, oh, make Altoona style pizza. I'm going to have to fucking eat that bullshit on stream. That's fucking repulsive. Get back to the Garf.
The park was
Garf
planned
me.
to open in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paz Inc. The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project, such as the garbage cans and restrooms.
What? This is the fucking I'm pissing at the Garfield. There are fucking levels. There's the Greek Parthenon. There's Parliament House. There's the statue of Zeus. There's the Great Wall of China, and then there's the Garfield urinal. And the Garfield urinal stands above them all. It dwarfs the... Seven Wonders? No, it's the 8th, and it's number 1. It's the top 10, and it's not 2 through 10, baby. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit, this is amazing. I would pay such good money to have this in my house. I hope one day I am like the top male VTuber ever and I have the money to build my own house, because I would tell the contractors to look at this blueprint and be like, whatever the cost, put this in my fucking house.
On top of the design contractors, Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood in West Mifflin. A year after the announcement,
There's a real picture? Oh, no fucking shot. Garfield urinal. I'm not seeing it. Hold on, maybe I gotta go to Google. I just typed up goo. I'm an idiot. He's stupid. Is this the America you want? I hope so. I almost Googled Barco urinal. Oh dear. Garfield urinal. Oh, wow. Why is he in a thong? I'm not gonna pull that up. I want that painted on a canvas, so it's the first thing I see every morning. Hang it on the ceiling, like flat, so when you wake up looking at the ceiling, that's the first thing you see. Oh god, that's incredible. I can't believe it. Oh fuck me, that's... We're fucking 10 minutes into this video. I've been fucking laughing at it so fucking much. I haven't even gotten to why it went downhill yet.
Date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999. By this point, a significant number of Hendricks County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000. In December of 1999, Kennywood officials attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions convention and trade show. It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere, at least temporarily, and Kennywood Entertainment was reportedly one of his top choices, specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere.
He liked when the
and
teenagers
fact
were
that
fucking
they
in
were
the tunnel.
picnic areas.
Let's buy
Jim
it.
said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield. He never
Fucking
met
Jim
a picnic
Davis.
he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya? An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a one-year license.
I look tired. I'm actually wide fucking awake. This video fucking rejuvenated me. This has been one of the funniest videos I've ever seen.
Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the crocodile. Both parks assured fans
Who the
that
fuck is
Garfield
Kyle
and
the
Odie would stand
crocodile?
alongside the legacy characters and would not be
tipping down.
replacing
I'm
them.
putting my
This
head in
integration
my
of the
hands.
Northeastern
That's what
parks seemed
happens.
to conflict with the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park. The developers assured the public and their investors that Garfield's integration at Kennywood and Lake Compounds would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But
Not
at this
detract.
point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests,
That was
selling
2001?
merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The integration was successful enough that Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement, further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride
Kittyland!
opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like a block of cheese, covered in mice, and adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued
he have
to
in his
increase his
hand?
presence at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled. The developer
Oh.
had been sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this, it was revealed that the park owed $166,000
Oh
in
my
back
God.
taxes. The park was soon foreclosed on, and the development company filed for bankruptcy. By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence. in
Shut
theme
up,
parks.
Pokemon. I'm trying to pause the picture of fucking Jim Davis on the giant head of Garfield, please. Hey, look, Alice, it's Kittyland. I'm not gonna finish that sentence, but I'm glad that somebody caught that reference.
And since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the
that a
Pennsylvania
piece of
park.
cheese in his
It was
hand?
time for Garfield to get his own dark ride. It was at this point that the history of the Old Mill and the history of Garfield collided. Davis
was
and
Garfield
Paws
a
Inc. wanted
pirate?
Garfield dark ride, and Kennywood wanted to retheme the Old
That's a
Mill.
lot of effort
The
for
timing
someone
was
like Garfield.
perfect, and even better, Kennywood already had a designer in mind. Larry Kirshner, the owner of the haunted house design firm Halloween Productions, had recently installed an attraction at Kennywood, telling
Halloween
park
special.
management that if there ever came
Seriously?
an opportunity to design a dark ride,
Watch
Kirshner and
that
Halloween
shit.
Productions wanted in.
Holy fuck.
Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the
What?
Garfield Old Mill
Almost.
retheme was discussed,
Almost.
Kennywood
Load-bearing
reached out to Kirshner,
almost.
who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans for the attraction included animatronics and 3D
They should make a matching Garfield toilet that looks like a picture of him sitting on it.
effects.
Holy
His background
fuck,
in
that'd be
haunted houses
amazing.
Would lead him to pitch a Garfield ride with horror and comedy aspects.
What?
Not
What do you mean
dissimilar to
horror?
The Old Mill's hard-headed Harold theming. However, Kirshner's plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote, "We wanted to make it look like a billboard smashes open and there's a Frankenstein food character, and then we squirt them all with water. I wanted to do
Why
other
did you say
CGI
squirt,
effects
though?
so it wasn't so static and so the characters were interacting with them. Obviously, big effects like this were difficult to achieve in the retheme's limited budget, but the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, "We can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride." Pete McEnany, the general manager of Kennywood Entertainment, remembered, quote, "One of the things we had to do was not make it too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity. So with a small budget and an explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward."
better than
Kirshner
good.
imagined guests riding through the Old Mill as though they were riding through a Garfield book. The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some of the dark portions. One point of contention in the ride's history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books, and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell."
What?
Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the old mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride.
Was it he was involved or not? What the fuck?
How this version would be received by the public, though, was still
Jim
uncertain.
Davis, make a comment. Defend yourself. Fight back.
On May 1st,
Oh my
2004,
God.
Kennywood opened
This
for the
was
season with a
2004?
brand new
Was that
attraction,
recent?
Garfield's Nightmare. The retheme to the old mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance.
That can't
although
be
he
safe,
could not fit
right?
into the boat with the other characters.
Oh. I'm glad he fucking zeroed in on it because I was about to say, what the fuck?
The attraction under the large signage, twisting around an outdoor queue with the familiar old mill show building intact. With a small adjustment, in the window of the mill house, a frightened Garfield could be seen inside as
frightened
the shutters
Garfield.
opened and closed. While waiting in line, riders viewed TV screens.
Oh,
that
that's a
explained the history of the
lovely old
ride
TV.
And featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly handed 3D glasses to wear on the attraction.
What?
After riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing
Na-
that the ride was
NASCAR
covered in
reference? Left turn,
cameras.
NASCAR?
Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed a short lift hill, they heard a mysterious booming voice.
This is the most frightening adventure you will ever be on.
This is the most frightening adventure.
I like cheese, so give me some cheese and I'll...
What the fuck's with the Mountain Dew on the wall, though? Is that Crazy Frog?
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered in glowing
Making out?
advertisements for PepsiCo products, which was unsurprisingly Kennywood's
What
food
if
and
we
drink
kissed in the
vendor.
Garfield
This was the
horror
first of
tunnel?
many blackout scenes, and the walls were splattered with fluorescent material, which was definitely added
fuck?
by Halloween Productions.
What the fuck? Why is it such a fucking fucking product placement? What's with the Mountain Dew and the Pepsi? What?
During the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play. Rather than being a stereo...
You know what I need? When I'm going through a horror tunnel, what I need is my 3D glasses to project Frito-Lay into my eye sockets. If I don't get that, I don't want any part of your fucking ride.
Stereoscopic 3D effect in which two images are made into one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with
Pokemon
bright
blue,
primary
indigo,
and
violet.
secondary colors, which inadvertently gave
The
the
fucking
ride
popcorn
a
and
distinct
pizza.
color scheme.
Oh.
The chroma depth effect is commonly used in haunted houses, and Kirshner and his team are industry leaders in the style. A benefit of the style is that
It's
unlike
fucking
stereoscopic
nauseating.
3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character
Famously
always
orange.
in the foreground, while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real
Can I do
thing.
this? Can I do a
After the
stream like
product
that?
Placement tunnel,
Can we
riders
do that?
encounter their first Garfield strip, which depicts Garfield falling asleep after a big meal.
When Dagoon once said, if I look up in the sky and I saw a Coca-Cola ad, if I looked up and I saw a Coca-Cola ad in the sky, I'm becoming a terrorist.
Thus beginning his nightmare. The strips appearing in the ride
I forget
were
what video
previously
that's
released
from, but
Garfield
yes, I
strips
agree.
And not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first
Agree
scene,
in Minecraft,
which
not in real
Garfield's
life.
Messy house begins to come alive,
FBI, stop
with
listening.
The door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays
the
overhead,
Unibomb.
repeating.
Okay, that makes sense.
Another strip depicted
Never met an
Garfield
ice cream
depressed
truck
that
I
he
didn't
couldn't
like.
catch
True.
The ice cream truck. In the next scene, the ice
Last summer, I was hanging by the pool, and there was an ice cream truck that came by, and I was like, fuck, I haven't an ice cream truck in a long time. So I went out to go get some ice cream, and they were playing, like, the entertainer, like the... like the usual music. But as I got closer, I realized it was like a trap remix, and it was like... It was so hard to order like a fucking SpongeBob popsicle without fucking cackling at the fact that there was a like a fucking trap remix of classical music.
Ice cream truck finally appears, but in a twist, the truck, driven by ice cream cones,
Whoa.
is chasing after Garfield. Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running gag in the comics. The next scene shows the mailman
That guy fucking
smiling
blew
as
his
an
head
angry
off.
dog opens and closes its jaws.
Whoa.
The next strip features another running gag from the comics in which Garfield torments spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl, followed by a scene of a fish eating Garfield. The most terrifying part of the ride thus far
Garfield,
is
he's
this chair.
dead.
While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running gag from the comic strip is Garfield using John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield.
I don't like the look in his eye.
A giant needle, with Garfield tied up by a rope, held
Holy
by
shit.
an Igor-type
Which is
character.
kinda fine, though.
The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip depicts Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man, and the next scene shows the pizza delivery man and evil pizza boxes attacking
Take that episode of
Garfield.
Jimmy
The next
Neutron.
strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts Garfield mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher. On the right side of the boat, the appliances in the kitchen have come to life in menacing fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the
What the
boat, a
fuck?
terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous Odie, who appears to have torn off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a zombie hot dog monster strapped to a table wearing sunglasses. The final strip and scene shows John asking Garfield to catch mice, which Garfield refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat
know
just
what's
about
scary?
anything besides mice.
The fact
Despite
that
this,
we are
in
only 2
Garfield's
followers
nightmare,
away
the
from
mice
our
still
next
want revenge on him,
follow-a-thon goal,
cooking up a
and that we
cat
haven't
stew.
gotten a follow.
As the ride nears its end, the characters that were tormenting Garfield
Latest
moments
ice cream
ago are
truck
now
I've been
lined
to,
up,
they charge me
smiling as the
$8
boat
for
passes.
what? Well, that makes
Garfield's
sense,
voice
actually.
instructs guests that a
Water's
photo
fucking
op is
stupid
coming up.
expensive for some reason, despite it being so fucking cheap in the store. Nursewoman became John's girlfriend?
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs
For some reason
guests
I
to
thought John
smile
was
as
married.
A large camera is clearly placed so the guests may pose for the picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kinda scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction.
Seriously?
Garfield's Nightmare was drastically different than the old mill Kennywood regulars were used to, and any significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's Nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among parkgoers, with many citing
hatred.
its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre nature. It was too scary for many children, and too Garfield for many adults. For longtime Kennywood fans, it felt like a
Has that sentence ever been said in human history? I think he just invented a new fucking line. It's too scary for children, too Garfield for adults.
But in all
How can
fairness,
anything be
they
too
probably
Garfield?
just
That's what
went
I'm
around
saying.
For the 1920s version
Oh,
that
he's dead
featured
as shit.
Jigs and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios from the comics. And the original art that Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who
I
cares
don't
what
like that
Kennywood
chair. It
regulars,
does make me a
Garfield
little
fans,
uncomfortable.
Or even children think. The real demographic that matters is the one that gave the old mill its century-long reputation. Young
Teenagers.
couples. In a
Oh.
Pittsburgh Post-Gazette report before the ride's opening, Kennywood officials assured fans that, quote, "We haven't messed with what made the old mill," which the Gazette
think
took
you
to mean,
have,
quote,
though.
"Couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to,
They
exchange pleasantries."
fucking made that a fucking point to advertise? What the fuck are you doing? What?
This persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's
That's
reputation as a love
ew!
site set me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware, every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business. Whether it's at your local amusement park or at Walt Disney World, if you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement
Couples are weird, dude. What the fuck do you mean you're trying to get freaky on an amusement ride? What the fuck?
park rides all the time, and I never mention this because it's never notable. It's just a given. However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly on a ride's reputation like the Old Mill at Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is.
Have you guys ever seen that video that's like, I lost my cheese virginity in Kenosha, Wisconsin? Let me see if I can find it. I lost my cheese virginity in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Do you guys have a shirt?
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't spoil yourself for the sour tarts.
Do you guys have a shirt that says, I lost my cheese virginity in Kenosha, Wisconsin?
Aisle 7.
This is the best day of my life.
Can I get that on a shirt that's like, I lost my cheese virginity in Old Mill, Pennsylvania, Garfield, or the Old Mill Garfield ride in Pennsylvania.
It is a great spot for couples. In the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity pushed me over the edge.
What?
Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it. Look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides and you don't care about the culture attached to the Old Mill,
wait, I can get the shirt on Amazon? I'm looking after stream.
Skipping to this time code. For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation as to how Kennywood attempted to police young lovers on the ride. But little was known on how these riders
The fucking
were able to
royalty-free
accomplish some of the feats that
sexy
they were
music
boasting
is
about.
killing me.
Were these legends true or were they fiction? In the name of research, I tweeted the following. Have you or someone you know ever made out or made love in the Old Mill Dark Ride at Kennywood Amusement Park? If so, please email your story to imadeloveintheoldmill@defunctland.com. I followed up this tweet.
Can I appreciate that email, please? Can we just take a moment? Can we just all sit around and pray for our good Lord's forgiveness for the things we have created with free will? If I made love on the Garfield tunnel, I would not share it. Seriously? What the fuck, man? What? You ever see that a news headline? I think it's from The Onion, where it says like, we should all know a little less about each other. I feel like this is one of those situations. If you did anything inappropriate in the Garfield Tunnel of Love, maybe you should keep that to yourself. We don't have to share everything about our personal lives, right?
I followed up this tweet clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity. I wanted to know where.
Someone probably sent him a whole fucking smut novel of what happened. He's like, I didn't need to hear it. I just wanted to know that you did.
No one saw this reply or they didn't care because I did receive many emails and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the Old Mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburghese, yins are nasty.
Yins
of the
are
56
nasty.
messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake.
Old Mill rockin' the bolt. Garfield's Nightmare Story. Got an unpleasant blank. Old Mill makeout session. Oh my god. Aru, would you want to make out with me on the Garfield Nightmare ride? Her reply will remain confidential.
And the vast majority...
See how easy it is to not tell people about your intimacy? I feel like this dude in the middle, the got an unpleasant blank, this is a real my beer is too cold, my lobster is too buttery situation.
Contain details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace.
Okay, we're gonna do this. Wait, go back. Saw you were looking for stories, but while we didn't, I'm gonna assume he says fuck. Me and my partner made sweet, passionate gay kisses on the old mill because it was dark and the skeletons were kind of cute. Hello, Mr. Defunct. My name is blank. I am 48 years old. I normally don't share things like this, but I like your vids, and your recent tweet was surprisingly relevant to me. My lover, ex-husband, don't marry your assistant manager from your first summer job! Oh, ah! I went through the line normally, but as more and more people began to get packed in the line, my downstairs got as slippery as the log jimmer! We were subtle grinding in the line. It was shaded by this point, so we weren't in the spotlight. We played handsy, hotsy, totsy on the actual ride, and let me tell you that even though my ex-husband was a general disappointment in life, Garfield and I were both screaming by the end of the ride. What the fuck? This was 14! There's no way this was 14. This was back when it was Garfield themed. Hope this is what you wanted. I was maybe 14 on the ride with my dad! This is the worst opening of an email I've ever read. Visiting the park to celebrate his recovery from a recent surgery. The two older teens in the boat in front of us were making out passionately. Yes, on the Garfield ride. I'd never witnessed such graphic kissing despite only seeing their silhouettes. There was noises, but I couldn't be sure if it was them or the ride, because wet slapping could have been them or the nasty boat water, you know? My dad grumbled the whole time but didn't say anything and was so painfully awkward. Anyway, that was the last vacation I went on with my dad before he died! So I'm so glad I fucking put this video in the watch later. This is the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen. Hi, this is in no only as a witness. Yeah. Hi, wait, is that what the fucking okay, I haven't been reading the subject lines. I need to. Old Mill from blank on March 23rd. Hi, this is no way related to lovemaking, although I guess some people are into it. When I was about 10 or so on Kennywood Day, my friend was in the boat in front of us, and then at that time we were big into aerial dumps, which is exactly what it sounds like. Shitting from the highest area you possibly could. The trees were commonly used as was standing on the lid of the toilet seat. Well, no parents were around, and sure enough, my friend stood up on the ride and screamed aerial dump and took a big wet one right in the water. I'm still disgusted by that ride to this day. Oh. Garfield's Nightmare. Things I've done in Garfield's Nightmare. Made out with two people. Was blank. Felt blank. I'm afraid of what the censored was. Old Mill Story. Hi there. Hope this helps. It's the fucking Epstein files. No! No! Hope this helps.
Oh my God! Submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs, try to space out their boat departures as best they could from other riders, and then run their hands on either side of the boat to slow their motion, thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least two people who claim to know.
Wait, it wasn't me, unfortunately, but there's an 80% chance of one of my older cousins was conceived in one of the dark scenes. My uncle only brought it up once drunk at a reunion, and his wife shut that down before the details. Oh,
Someone
God.
that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you.
Pay attention to the strategy. Yeah, I gotta learn the meta. Hold on.
Third, most surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many people from treating the old mill as the same tunnel of love previous generations
This
had
is
enjoyed.
ridiculous.
In fact, the majority of my emails were about acts of passion that took place in the neon-lit tunnels of Garfield's nightmare. Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted that they believe it added to it. Some even purposefully sought it out.
We both traveled there from Philly just for it on holiday. We're both very big Garfield.
Maybe ironically, maybe not. As one emailer,
This isn't anything special. High schoolers are blank. I can assume what that says. It isn't anything special, but I went on lots of field trips to Kennywood in high school. I never personally did anything in the old mill, but I can name a couple dozen because it disappeared into there. It was the makeout spot, the Garfield Them's makeout spot. Garfield knows all of our sins.
so eloquently put it, quote, Garfield knows all of our sins.
Amen.
Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's nightmare experienced. Within just
We haven't even gotten into the part where he tells us why it's defunct. Oh my god.
a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were off or missing, and the video of the mouse at the beginning sometimes wouldn't play. The neon paint started to fade, diminishing any effect the 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear infrequently. When guests were given 3D glasses, the often rambunctious riders would make a game out of throwing them onto the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed, resulting in them appearing permanently blackened. All of this somewhat added to the uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of upkeep. Other than this, the ride lived a quaint, quiet existence, with no major changes or updates. Year after year, Kennywood would open for the season, and Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released. But besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride. In 2011, the Garfield comic strip featured Garfield, Odie, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look familiar? No. It's the sign. It's the Kennywood sign. You can meet the sign. Kennywood would have.
I need to meet the sign. I'm going. I've never thought I'd say this in my life. I'm going to Pittsburgh.
Eventually integrate Thomas the Tank Engine and the Pittsburgh Steelers into a
boo! Fuck the Steelers.
Fit into Kennywood much more effortlessly than Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights
2019?
to Garfield was by Viacom subsidiary Nickelodeon.
How did I never hear of this? What the fuck? How the fuck have I never heard of this until now?
Also put Viacom.
When did this come out? Oh, this is 3 years ago. Okay, never mind.
Viacom immediately began tightening the brand's image, and the company told Kennywood that if they wished to continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to save the ride. Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many. This is not to say that the attraction had no fans, as in those 16 years of operation, an entire generation of Kennywood visitors had experienced the ride as their one and only version of the old mill. In March of 2020,
sure they
Kennywood's
experienced
YouTube account
something.
posted a video titled The History of the Old Mill at Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style theme park documentary in a similar vein to other YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However, halfway through the video, it was revealed that this was not just a retrospective of the old mill, but it was also an announcement.
We're going to be bringing back the old mill as so many of you have requested and restoring the ride to the retro Western theme.
The news was celebrated by fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." In the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline
This lasted
read, "I hope
fucking
they serve
20
lasagna in
years.
heaven."
Or
During the
almost 20
off-season,
years.
The ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie to the Garfield brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom. in order to prevent
Destroyed?
them from being sold or
No.
ending up on the black market.
No.
To ensure compliance,
Why?
Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props.
No.
The opening of the ride would be delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when it
No.
debuted for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West ghost town theme was welcomed
they
back
still bang
into the
though?
historic ride. Despite the massive overhaul, the new theming utilized multiple props and effects from Garfield's Nightmare. The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill iterations. For instance, the appearance of a character named Harold, referencing hard-headed Harold's horrendously
Harold.
humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna. The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction, and this is
Seriously.
not by coincidence. Kennywood is a historic park whose employees and visitors care deeply for its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily a beloved attraction, the retheme played an important part in extending the life of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most Kennywood guests will remember the attraction for something else. While
No,
most
I'm
of the
sure they
emails I
would.
received detailed, explicit, and often
While it was Garfield themes, I gave incredible blank to a guy on the ride. After the first bend, once you're probably in the tunnel with Garfield and the Pepsi ads, I blank on him. What the fuck could she mean? What? What? She what on him? Did she shit on him? Did she shit on this man?
disgusting acts of passion that took place on the Old Mill. My takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public.
I think humanity should be burned to the ground. How about we round up these scallywags and put them on trial.
Look, in fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old
Why did he have to use this? This looks like a fucking. You know, guys, remember the scenes in Guardians of the Galaxy where he said it's a good thing he doesn't have a black light because it would look like a Jackson Pollock painting in here. Jackson Pollock painting in here on a black light.
Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving.
I'm sure it impacted
to hear
something.
Stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the scariness of having your first kiss, and
tastes
even
like
missed
Twizzlers.
opportunities, lost loves. For one
Oh.
rider who grew up in a small town, the
Garfield Nightmare is one of the first places I felt comfortable kissing my boyfriend. Oh, wait a sec. Hold on. This is getting wholesome. After this whole time I've been joking about it, this is actually getting kind of sweet.
dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, a trip on the Old Mill made them laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful, and a good reminder of why I love talking about these parks. They are memorable.
What the fuck? That's so sweet. What? What the fuck? This is such a wholesome ending. Oh, what the fuck? That's so cute. The last few messages have been so adorable. Oh my god, I love that.
They are memorable and exciting places where it's as much about riding the attractions as it is who you are riding with. And sometimes the most memorable experience one can have is getting a kiss while riding a boat through a dark tunnel. And sometimes it's getting a kiss while riding a boat in front of a neon Garfield.
Down by the old mill stream, where I
That was real. That was such a goofy video, but the ending of that was really sweet. What the hell? Oh, those last two stories were those were touching. What the fuck, man? You can't do that to me. This whole time I'm laughing at how goofy it is for some fucking couple to fucking to get it on in front of neon Garfield, and then you end it with some of the sweetest stories. Aww. Yeah, aerial dump. What is? Oh yeah, aerial dump. That's right. What the fuck? That's aerial dump in the Garf tunnel. Wow. That is sweet. That was so cute. Let's do the Party City one.
One
That
claims
was lovely.
it's the company's only chance for survival.
Atari has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The 31-year-old
AWA presents the difference. Kodak is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
Bankrupt by Jake Williams.
What's up, guys?
Wait.
My name is Jake.
Is Bankrupt Party City by Bright Sun Films, before I forget to give credit.
And welcome to the 30th episode of Bankrupt. Since the mid-1980s, there has been one brand well known by many consumers as the discount party superstore. Party City was a leader in its market niche, a retail juggernaut made up of almost 1,000 stores across multiple countries with a workforce of over 13,000 employees. But their meteoric rise wasn't without difficulties, and after various financial acquisitions and external economic blows, the company would declare bankruptcy twice. So today, let's take a look at what happened.
I don't remember
here,
that for you the
how
first
this
time.
iconic
Or I guess a
retailer
second.
is now completely gone. This is Party City. Today's video is sponsored by Storyblocks. To get started with unlimited stock media downloads
Tell me
at
about it,
one
sir.
set price, head to storyblocks.com/stock
Stock media? Oh,
or
hold
click
on.
the link in the
This is big.
description below.
Huge.
It all started with a man named Steve Mandel. Steve had always been
Steve
interested
Party
in
City.
getting into retail, better yet opening his very own store. It was the mid-1980s, and he had begun looking into the market,
center.
trying to find a niche to break into. He noticed that particularly party goods was a market that was highly fragmented, often found in small mom-and-pop stores with little inventory and selection. There was no large brand in America that specialized in celebration goods. So with an entrepreneurial spirit, Steve set out to create one. In 1986, he opened Party City in East Hanover, New Jersey. Documentation from this time is pretty
Party City was founded in New Jersey. I didn't know that.
sparse, but the store was an instant success. So much so that Steve was already planning another location within the first year. Part of this success came from their vast selection of items, as
Coke
well as a
2-liter
particular
bottle for
focus
99
on
cents.
Halloween
Damn.
merchandise, dedicating a large chunk of their 4,000 square foot store to become the Halloween costume warehouse. This was a novel concept
Warehouse.
at the time,
This guy
and
Canadian,
one
I can tell.
which was met with instant success. By 1989, Steve had franchised his store concept and brand, along with the opening of another 3 corporately owned locations. And the company would only grow from here, expanding their presence in various states and bringing the number of locations to 11. Party City would become
Let's turn this
well-known
up to
as one of
11.
America's largest party supply stores, each one boasting more than
Oh, wow,
20,000
look at that
items across
quality
the,
black and
on
white
average,
camera photo.
7 to 12,000 square foot stores. By 1993, the company had amassed over $2.4 million in
Surely
net
there's a
revenue
better picture of that
across the
costume.
now 58 locations. Many of these new stores would open up within malls and shopping plazas, like this one in northeastern Pennsylvania, with their Party City store opening up in a modest shopping plaza right between the Brightson Films Bankrupt special of a Ruby Tuesday and a Blockbuster Video. Of course, all of these brands
Wow.
were doing quite well at this time, and Party City expanded
Wait, where
their
was
presence
this?
to
Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania? Really? Interesting.
major retail hubs and local locations like this just proved that they were becoming one of the leaders in the party supply space. Within, their stores had towering aisles with vast merchandise, now expanding to include weddings,
This guy's very
additional
proud of his
seasonal
party
holidays,
goods.
children and adult birthday parties, and of course Halloween. Expansion had now been kicked into overdrive at the company, and by 1996, they had expanded to over 164 stores across 28 states, but also different countries. Party City now had a presence in Puerto Rico, Spain, and
Puerto
Canada.
Rico.
By this point, the prospect of expansion through franchise growth
Oh, I remember seeing those little pumpkins. Those are kind of like ingrained in my skull, really.
Have more control. But all of this corporate expansion would take lots of capital. So, Party City was brought to the stock market with their IPO in March of 1986. With an opening share price of $10, their stock would double within just a few months,
$10.
a sign of Wall Street's confidence in the quickly growing retailer. This was all done to fuel Steve Mandel's big plans for the company. He claimed that by
whatever's
the year
back there is
2000, he
$12.98.
expected that the
I
company
can
would
assure you
have
it wasn't
over
worth it. Party City
1,000
was
stores.
expensive as
And
shit
by
for no
this
reason.
point, it seemed like they were well on their way. The company immediately raised $20 million from their stock offering, and with ballooning revenues of $193 million and a net income of $1.4 million, the company had even more capital to conquer their niche. Party City was now the largest party supply retailer in the industry, with a monumental
I see those banners at
35%
50% off every day. That doesn't make sense. Why was everything
praised the
50%
company's
off? Or was it
impressive
always that
rise,
price
noting
and you
that
just
Party
fucking
City
advertised
had
it like
even
that?
opened up the niche to a wider audience with their vast selection, making their locations the go-to place for anything in that market category. Even going as far to say
Party
that the
City
brand
Corp
supply
on the
was
NASDAQ.
generating its own demand.
On the NASCAR.
This was a time when other category killer retail brands
Oh my
had
God, Toys
sprung
R Us,
up, like
hi.
Toys
I
R
miss
Us,
you.
Home Depot, and Office Depot. Retailers which dominated their own niche, and Party City was seen as just that. By early 1988, their stock had seen record highs, and with 369 locations, things were
Nice.
looking good.
Could've
That
been
was
367.
until the company had posted a disappointing third quarter, as the company had lost nearly $22 million, mainly due to their continued
Fucking lost
aggressive
viewers when I made the
expansion.
6-7
This sent their
joke.
stock price off a cliff, and the bad news for the company only got worse from here. By early 1999, Party City had announced that they were unable to file their end-of-year audit due to bookkeeping issues.
But what
This
time-
was in
when was this?
violation of SEC filing regulations.
SEC?
And due to this, they had their
Southeastern
stock
Conference?
immediately frozen. The company would ultimately
What does
be
Bama have to do
delisted
with
from
this?
the New York Stock Exchange later that year, where multiple class action lawsuits would then be filed against the company, with shareholders claiming that they had been misled by leadership. The years of accelerated growth had amounted to large debt loads, and now with their stock price in a hole,
I'll show
the
you
company
a
was
large
running
debt
out
load.
of liquid cash to meet their debt obligations.
That is,
or even pay
whatever this
suppliers
was
for their
filmed in,
merchandise.
whatever year this was filmed in,
a
$30
massive
was way
corporate
too
scandal
expensive for a
Party
fucking
City.
Party
It
City
put
costume.
Their entire brand strategy.
One year, I was a fucking stormtrooper for Halloween. I was a stormtrooper for Halloween one year, and it was a fucking shit quality costume. No wonder they went out of business, but it was way more expensive than it should have been.
Question. Clearly, there had been serious financial mismanagement for a major public retailer, and this corporate turmoil would require a restructuring. Both the company's CFO and CEO, the original founder Steve Mandel, would then step down. He ultimately would never see his brand reach that 1,000 store mark. The company he was now leaving behind was in financial trouble, and as a result of the fallout, there were fears that the company would soon not be able to pay suppliers. By early 2000, Party City ultimately found the money in the form of a $40 million loan to help pay off their existing debt payments and pay suppliers.
But with the SEC,
one day
why
before
does the
it was
Southeastern
due.
come?
But in the years to come, the company was back from the brink of bankruptcy. And with its financial troubles stabilized once again, the brand was relisted to the stock market. With a new executive team at the helm, Party City was once again thriving. Headlines praised the recovery, and Wall Street once again took interest in the company's stock. New stores began to open, and by 2001, their sales had grown to nearly $400 million, close to $100 million more than their sales just 3 years prior. By 2004, Party City had grown to over 500 locations, between both corporately owned and franchised ones. With ever-increasing profit, the company was now in the crosshairs of private equity. In 2005, the company would be taken private and acquired by Weston Presido, which owned Party City's largest supplier, as well as Berkshire Partners. Both companies would make this $360 million acquisition deal through their jointly owned AAH Holdings Corporation. Under these new private owners, the company would continue to expand and even acquire other party retailers like Factory Card Outlet and Party America. The discount party superstore continued to chug along through the late 2000s, still the nation's largest party supply store, and one which had incredible brand recognition when it came to their niche. Party City really was the go-to place for key events like birthday parties and Halloween, and they were the only chain in America to have such a vast selection of
This
party
fucking
goods,
vertically sourced to me.
including balloons. While big box stores had certainly eaten away at their once
You know, it makes a
dominating
good
market
point. Ever since Party City went out of business, I don't know where people get their balloons from anymore. Because every time, whenever I had a party growing up, or whenever we would get balloons for somebody growing up for any occasion, it would always be Party City. How else do you get balloons nowadays?
the company was still in a comfortable position with a rather strong business. In fact, the company had grown to almost 835 locations and had a decent online presence by 2012. This dramatic growth brought in a ton of cash, and the company posted an incredible rise in sales to over $1.8 billion. But corporate ownership would once again make a radical shift. Private equity firm Thomas H. Lee Partners would then acquire the company for a staggering $2.69 billion.
In 2012?
Remember, the previous owners had purchased the company for a mere $360 million 7 years prior. So this transaction was a colossal increase in value. They did this, however, through a leveraged buyout. In order to provide enough capital to acquire the brand, their new owners would take out a ton of debt to complete the purchase.
Why
And in classic
would you
private
do
equity fashion, they would now saddle the company that they were buying with all of this debt. It was a total liability of around
What the fuck kind of business plan is that?
$2 worth of debt. Thomas H. Lee Partners would ultimately bring Party City back to the stock market, and it was assumed that the company would eventually pay off this debt or refinance, since the brand was still bringing in
it was just like a
ton
ticking
of
time
money
bomb this
and
whole
growth.
time?
Of course, that business plan is under the assumption that the company will face little to no headwind in the coming years, which of course, in reality, it most certainly would. By 2018, Party City would bring in a record $2.4 billion in revenue across nearly 900 stores. However, corporate didn't know it yet, but this would be the lifetime peak for the entire company. Those big box retailers, while continuing to draw customers away, would never fully attack their one key product category, which brought in one of the highest margins, that being balloons.
Balloons.
But through the last
balloons
decade
are
or
fucking
so,
expensive.
the US has been experiencing a helium shortage.
Oh,
Helium
yeah.
is a gas primarily captured through the drilling of natural gas. And over time, as
I'll show
fewer
you natural
refineries
gas.
were built, the global supply of helium has decreased. This niche shortage had hit the company particularly hard in 2019, with rising costs, slimming margins, and balloon sales down overall. Party City would announce the closure of 45 locations, and they would also sell off their Canadian division to Canadian Tire. They would also post a massive net
Canadian
loss of
Tire?
well over $530
I thought that was a racetrack.
million. As a result, their
Yes, that
stock
was a
fell by
racetrack.
67%, and this was in 2019.
Sick trip,
alone.
dude.
A year later, the retail sector would be hit hard by the pandemic,
yeah, the
and Party
Rona.
City was in a particularly bad spot in the
Rona.
market, as their entire business was based around people getting together for holidays and parties, something that was now either banned or severely discouraged. Sales had dropped sharply from $2.3 billion in 2019 to $1.8 billion in 2020. Even as COVID restrictions loosened and the world ever so slightly began to return to normal, Party City found that consumers just weren't throwing as many parties or gathering in as great of numbers as they used to. Sales continued to struggle, and the company continued to post losses in the hundreds of millions. It wasn't just the pandemic and balloon sales that were weighing down the brand. It was also competition. Party City noted that they were having lower than expected sales for Halloween, a key season for the company, and this was mainly thanks to the rise of temporary pop-up brands like Spirit Halloween, with their massive presence as well as big
Spirit-
box stores, dollar stores, and online retail.
Spirit
All of these
Halloween's
competitors
pretty
were now leaning
cheap,
more
though.
into seasonal goods. Why make a trip out to Party City if your local Target, which you were already planning on going to, has everything you need? It
Yeah.
also didn't help that Party City stores were so vast with their merchandise that a lot of it was just bloat. An article in Forbes noted an example with their variety of solid colored tablecloths. Many of their stores would stock 32 different options, whereas only 15 of those colors would make up 90% of their sales. Their stores, as a result, were aesthetically busy spaces with often disheveled, discount-style appearances, and this was all while merchandise wasn't always that cheap. By 2022, the company was running out of liquid cash on hand, getting as low as $30 million in one quarter. It didn't help that the company still had well over $1.3 billion in debts from their original hostile takeover. And the company was still
10
making
years
hefty
and they
debt
couldn't fucking
payments
pay
to
that
it
off?
It was clear that the nail-biting quarters of low cash and high debt payments weren't
How the
sustainable.
fuck did this
And with
company
the
not
bleak
sink
outlook of
faster?
Consumer habits, the company was in a very bad place.
Hmm.
2022 proved to be another year of stagnant sales. To make matters much worse, they posted nearly $1 billion in net losses. Party City was running out of time to stay afloat, and on January 17th, 2023, the company would file for Chapter 11
Party
bankruptcy
sit over.
protection. But the corporate owners weren't ready to let the company disappear.
What the
entirely.
fuck
They
is
would
that
start to
Medusa
restructure
thing?
its debt and refinance. They secured a $150 million loan to ensure the stores would stay open. And by September 2023, they exited their bankruptcy with a new private equity owner and around $1 billion in debt erased from their balance sheets. The brand seemed to be in a decent position going forward then. They would start testing new store layouts and make a partnership with Winn-Dixie for its store-within-a-store concept.
Because of
Since the
Winn-Dixie.
bankruptcy, Party City had been taken private, so it's not exactly known what their finances were really like.
Are Winn-Dixie
But
still
judging by the
around?
headwinds
I thought
facing the
that
company, it
I
could be
honestly,
assumed-
so like if Winn-Dixie wasn't a sponsor on Mark Martin's car, which I found out later on in life, I would have thought that Winn-Dixie was just made up for the movie with Dakota Fanning and her dog.
that the retail market
Are they
were
still
trying to
around? Is
compete in
Winn-Dixie still
was
around?
Still proving to be very tough. It didn't help that a subsidiary of Party City, their largest balloon supplier, had also filed for bankruptcy. So, with balloon issues continuing to plague their stores, the company's debt continued to grow once again, now to over $800 million. And they were now
Len,
allegedly
did you know?
struggling
Wait,
to
hold
pay
on.
rent for
Hold on,
their
there's
hundreds.
Mucho texto. Len, did you know that Mercedes-Benz ever played in the Le Mans race 3 times in history, and every single time their car flew up? Yes. That's an Lemon video. Oh my god, that's such a good fucking video. Yes. I do know that. The Lemon video on the Mercedes attempts at Le Mans is fan-fucking-tastic. I should watch it on stream sometime. I've already seen it, but it's such a fucking cinematic masterpiece that I want to watch it with you guys.
Stores. Their vast product selection in each store suddenly got a lot more expensive to stock.
Lemon is honestly, he's not even a motorsports content
on cheap
creator. He just
products
makes
only got
motorsports
slimmer.
content
This likely
sometimes.
resulted in
And he's
lower
like one of the
sales,
best at
and
it.
As a result,
Lemon should be
the company
a
was
professional
once again
documentary
running out of liquid cash,
director.
as well as
He's so
springing up
fucking good
rumors
at it.
of another bankruptcy. These rumors began popping up in early December of 2024, and as the month progressed, it seemed as though that was what was going to happen. Party
Sorry,
City
buddy.
declared bankruptcy
You're out of-
for
you're
the
out of
second
time.
on December 21st,
You're out of touch.
2024. Perhaps the worst Christmas present to their employees. This time, however, they wouldn't
It
be
was
fighting
Chover.
to survive.
Yeah.
The company announced that they had decided to wind down operations as a whole and close all 700 or so locations across America.
I bought
and
a
lay
bunch of
off
New Year's champagne
12,000
glasses from
employees.
them for like $3
Yeah,
bucks
that's
because
a
they were
really
going
bad
out of
Christmas
business, and now I have
Party
champagne
City
glasses
would
forever
then begin
for New
to
Year's
close
parties.
all of their locations across the country and some abroad, starting immediately after their
Something I found crazy was a Jaguar driver that caused the first crash to kill my Mercedes. The Mercedes-Benz god came from the cosmos just to smite the guy. Yeah, it was the Le Mans disaster, I'm pretty sure, which is like one of the deadliest, if not the deadliest, motorsport crash in history. Next time we do one of these, I'll watch the Lemon video on it, because I've only watched it once, and it's so good, and I could watch Lemon motorsport videos for the end of time. 85. Yeah. It was like 85 dead and like 100 and something injured. Oh, God. What a fucking disaster. Literally, Le Mans disaster. And it... Oh, fuck. Le Mans. Oh, my God. It's such a good video. I'd watch it right now if I wasn't, like, ready to end after this video's over. It's so... It's such a good fucking video. He does such great coverage.
Swiftly closed right after, many doing so by early 2025, though some franchise locations would opt to remain open. And that brings a close
There's
to the
some.
nearly 40-year-old retailer. In the end, Party
Rest in
City
peace,
had a
Party
great
City.
rise in the
I wish you
specialty store
understood
retail
that
landscape.
online
There was a time in the
convenience
90s
made it
and early
impossible for you to
2000s where if
compete if you
needed
just
something
kept your shit
specifically
expensive.
For a special moment in your life, the parties or holiday events, you went to a Party City. The company was born out of an entrepreneur's desire to build something of his own, and because of the gap he saw in the market, Party City grew to become a notable retailer. But it was also one that has always been in a bit of trouble. I can't tell you how many articles I've read with the headline, "The party's over for Party City." It's just a brand that hasn't been able to get out of financial trouble. From the pretty serious and
they were just
honestly
always ready to
self-inflicted
close them
financial
down.
scandal
They were
in the
rooting for
late
their
90s
downfall.
to the later
The haters said we
private
couldn't do it.
takeovers,
Honestly,
it's
good
just a
call by the
brand
haters.
Which, in my opinion, has never been seen more than just
Hi,
an
Jack
investment
Skellington.
vehicle, rather than a brand which should have been given strategic oversight and passionate corporate leadership. I think Party City had been left stagnant for too long and hadn't received enough care to evolve it to the always changing retail landscape. If you walked into a store from the 90s versus now, they're almost the same. It also didn't help that there was so much working against the company, from the downfall of their balloon sales to the increase of competition from big box, online, and dollar stores. Add on a pandemic, a ton of debt, and yearly payment obligations, all stemming from the all too common case of private equity firms saddling their own company with debt.
Our own Blue Archive,
And of
she's such a
course the
goofy
company
character.
was
She
going to be put
is,
on
but
life
isn't she
support.
so lovely?
Really,
She's just so wonderful.
it was a pretty quick
I love
fall
our
from
Blue
their
Archive.
comparatively very quick rise. And I think there is an
Someone
argument
looks
to be
like that
made
would act like,
most
yeah,
of the
that's why I
financial
love
trouble the
her.
brand
She's so
faced
wonderful.
Was
I-
totally avoidable and
what a
mostly
lovely lady.
self-inflicted.
What a
But
lovely little
regardless,
lady.
and as a result, the company was just not a strong enough business to weather such harsh conditions. And the private equity owners at the very end might not have even been interested in keeping the struggling company going. All of those factors
Haruka and her
led to
group.
the
Yeah, our
American
Haruka
company
is very
going under.
cute.
But weirdly, in Canada, the brand lives on. Canadian Tire has seemingly made the brand quite successful, with all of their stores apparently doing quite well. But of course, the same cannot be said for the US operations. And once again, all of those joking headlines are popping up. So, you know what? I think I should close this video off with using it too. Because the reality is, the party really is over.
It's
for Party
Jover,
City.
buddy.
Now, you might always notice that I really like using establishing stock footage in my videos, including this one.
advertisement.
That's why I'm really
Yeah,
excited
Haruka's
about this
cute. I
video's
like her.
sponsor, Storyblocks. Storyblocks
Invade-
is a great stock
Yeah, let's
media
invade
subscription
Canada
service,
for fucking
and it's
Party
one
City
that
so I can
I've
get
been a
my
paying user of
overpriced
since
candy from them.
2017.
And
So
my
I've trusted them
generic
for so many Brightsome Films
Super
projects
Bowl
in the past.
gifted
Now, if
shit.
you've ever browsed stock media before, you'll know that sites often charge exorbitant
That's a-
prices for single assets. That's why
What's the
Storyblocks
rest
is
of
so
this for?
appealing.
We might
They
as
have a
well.
vast
Who
library
made this?
of media.
This
including
was
over a
Bright
million
Sun
4K and
Films.
HD footage, templates,
Momiji.
music,
Oh, you got her
sound,
with a random
effects,
pull? Hell
images,
yeah.
and more. You never have to pay per click.
I love
and
the
with
Blue
predictable
Archive
subscription
characters. There are very
costs,
few that I
you can
don't care
download
about.
an unlimited
And-
amount of media. That's really
a lot of
impressive.
them
And they
are
also make licensing
lovable in
super
their own
easy.
ways.
Anything you download
So it's like
from
there's so, it's like
Storyblocks is
Pokemon. There's someone for
100%
everyone,
royalty
right?
free. So you're always legally covered with whatever media you download and use. They're just a reliable
So great.
quality
So great.
service,
It's so
and they really do offer a fantastic deal. It's why I've been a paying subscriber of them for over 8 years.
I'm gonna subscribe to this
long
guy. He does
before
a
they've
really
ever
good
approached
job
me
at
for
covering
sponsoring a video.
all the
So to get
aspects.
started with unlimited stock
Sounds like
media
good-
downloads at
Yeah, it's like
one
Uma
set
Musume.
price,
Exactly. Yeah,
head to
someone for everyone.
storyblocks.com/.
Oh wait, you guys didn't make me
A
tweet
link
something
will
today.
also
What
be
the
in
fuck?
description below. Anyway, guys, my name is Jake, and thank you very much for watching.
Thank you, Jake Williams. Music on. Lower the volume a bit. Tell Knives that she's able to make me send a text. Hey, yeah, look at all those videos we got through. What a fucking ride that was. Tweet about losing your cheese virginity. Should I do that? Should I just write, I lost my cheese virginity in Kenosha, Wisconsin? Easy, there really isn't something for everyone. It's like sexy woman, child, sexy woman, hot guy, sexy woman. I mean, if you look at it like that, maybe. But like, you can get, like, sexy anthro, sexy woman, labubu, sexy guy. Yeah, okay, you know what? You might have a point there. Hold on, he's cooking. Yeah, but Blue Archive, there's like just so many characters. I'm glad you liked the labubu joke. Yeah, I think Blue Archive, there really is someone for everyone. Uma Musume too. I mean, how many characters are there in Blue Archive? Let me look this up. How many students are in Blue Archive? Okay. How many playable? There are 137. Okay, thank you for not making it difficult. Yeah, so 137. You're bound to like somebody in Blue Archive. You like your petite women, they got them. You like your older women, they got them. Look at that, someone for everyone. Next time we'll watch. We got a lot more to watch. Maybe some longer ones. We'll see. I might stream tomorrow. I kind of want to keep playing NASCAR, but we'll see how I'm feeling when I wake up. For now, I'm just still streaming. You know, what me, the community doesn't just like the game because the characters actually get me. Yeah. It's why I like the Blue Archive girls. Their characters are really funny. They're really well written. Like Aru, like she looks like, doesn't she look like such a refined woman? And then you actually get to meet her character, and she's a fucking idiot and a fucking goofball, and she's so silly. Ugh, I love her so much. What a wonderful way. I want to pinch her cheeks and like grab her by the chin and just like. That's the ideal. Hell yeah. Is Gnoves still streaming? Better be. I'm gonna send you guys over to Noves. I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow. Probably play, if I do, it'll be NASCAR. If you want to stick around to say hi to Knives, you can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, I'll see you guys possibly tomorrow. If not, then definitely Monday. Thank you guys so much for spending all this time with me. I hope you have a great Friday night. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Good night. Bye-bye.